Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the sixth part of the point of Divergence Uzumaki resonance principle. In this canon-adjacent, high-stakes alternate universe, actions have permanent, devastating consequences. The Shinobi world is not a fairy tale. It is a brutal, unforgiving meat grinder of child soldiers, shifting geopolitics, and ruthless assassinations, and Team 7 is about to learn that the hard way. During the clash on the bridge in the Land of Waves, Sasuke Uchiha steps in front of Haku's Senbon needles to save Naruto. But in this reality, he doesn't wake up. The last loyal Uchiha is dead. How will a traumatized Naruto and Sakura cope with the loss of their teammate? How will the Konoha react to the sudden death of the Sharingan heir? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by EliadS, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 23, Lines Already Crossed. Scene, Gates and Secrets, POV, Hyuga Niji. Lee's gaze met mine, wide open and burning. Mine stayed level. We'd fought dozens of times. I knew the rhythm of his breathing, the way his shoulders tightened when he overcommit. Today felt different. There was a brittleness under his usual fire. Niji, he said, voice already raised. You've mocked my abilities since the first day. Today I'll prove that a dead last can defeat a genius through hard work. I let one eyebrow rise. Have you forgotten every spar we've ever had, Lee? You've never beaten me once. I shifted into Jukin, feet set, hands loose. What makes you think today will be any different? His expression darkened. Not the usual, bouncy youth anger. Something sharper. This isn't a spar. He shot back. You turned your back on Gai-sensei, on your team, on your friends. I can never forgive that. My jaw tightened. So that's how it is. Let me be clear, I replied, letting the cold in me show. We were barely comrades. We were never friends. And whether I respect Gai-sensei is none of your concern. I tilted my head. If you truly believe you can win, then stop talking and prove it. Or are your words as empty as your ninjutsu? That did it. He charged, chakra flaring. His first punch was textbook Goken. Fast, direct, bones behind it. I slipped inside his guard, knocked his arm aside with my forearm, shifted my weight, and let his momentum carry him past. He pivoted, jumping, aiming a spinning heel kick down at my head. I stepped back and let it slice air, then drove a side kick into his hip as he landed, checking his balance. 2 palms to his ribs followed. Tenketsu stung under my fingers as I sent a precise burst of chakra through each point. He staggered, but refused to fall. Typical. He pulled a kunai, slashing for my face. I caught it on the flat, twisted, and stole it from his grasp. His follow-up kick scythed toward my head. I intercepted with my forearm, feeling the impact jar bone, and used the contact to launch myself into a spinning kick of my own. My heel caught his cheek. Lee crashed to the stone, skidding. Lee, I said quietly, breathing only a little faster. You're delaying the inevitable. Goken is poorly suited against Jukin. You know this. Niji! Gai-sensei's voice rang from the balcony, thick with anger. Your cruelty towards your comrade is unacceptable. You lack the flames of youth. Lee! His eyes glinted oddly. Take them off. A slow grin split Lee's face. For the first time since the match started, I felt a thread of unease. I activated my Byakugan, veins bulging at my temples. The world shifted into lines of chakra and bone. Lee pulled at his leg warmers, dropped the hidden weights. They hit the floor hard enough to crater it. TCH. He produced a metal cylinder, twisted it into an extendable staff, and spun it once. The weapon hummed with air. "Your jukin is fastest in close range," he said, breath steady. "My staff and my speed will keep you away, Niji. This time, I'll be the one to knock you down." I'd have mocked him normally, but his chakra output had spiked. He was taking this seriously. He vanished. Byakugan let me track him, but seeing and moving are not the same thing. The first pass of the staff sliced the air next to my ear as I ducked. The second arced low and crashed into my ribs, sending a white-hot shock through my side. I flipped back, feet scraping, staff whistling as it chased me in broad arcs, forcing my stance open. Every time I deflected, he used the rebound to change angle, making my counters late. "He's not really a staff specialist," I thought, teeth gritted. "He's using huge arcs to break my center, then slipping in narrow strikes where my range is worst." Tisk. I let the disdain color my voice. "Tell me, Lee, did you design this pattern yourself, or did Guy-sensei hold your hand again like a child?" He didn't answer. He just kept coming. Enough. I dropped my guard, just a fraction, inviting the next thrust toward my face. As the staff came, I shifted my head a hair's breadth. Steel scraped my cheek instead of my eye. My hands flashed through seals, low output, tuned to his meager chakra. A subtle twist in his perception, the floor skewed, depth warped. He didn't even realize it. His next blow missed clean. So did the follow-up. Staff passes that should have clipped me by centimeters went wide as his brain misread distance. D-rank disorienting genjutsu, I thought, stepping in. Nothing grand. Just enough. My palm struck his arms. 1, 2, 3 rapid taps along ki tenketsu. His forearms went limp, staff clattering to the floor. Then I drove a pair of heavier jukin strikes into his chest, augmented with more chakra than before. Air burst from his lungs as he flew backward and hit the ground hard. I exhaled slowly. "Lee," I said, voice flat, "this is your reality. You have no future as a shinobi. Guy-sensei feeds you lies about genius of hard work, but a simple D-rank genjutsu from a genin dismantled your attack completely. If I were an enemy, you'd already be dead." A tear leaked from the corner of his eye. For a moment, I almost looked away. Then his gaze sharpened. "Shut up, Niji. I am a genius of hard work. And I can defeat you. Stubborn idiot. Listen to me," I snapped, frustration leaking through. "No amount of hard work will change the fact you have zero talent for ninjutsu and genjutsu. Staying a shinobi only guarantees crippling injury or death. Quit now. Go back to the academy. Live." He didn't hear a word. "I refuse," he shouted, trembling. "If I can't beat you now, I'll train until I can. If I can't beat your genjutsu, I'll find a way around it. I'm a ninja. I won't yield." I sighed and turned away, deactivating my Byakugan. "You're being unreasonable. I refuse to hit you again like this. Proctor, Ginma-san, call the match. His arms will be useless for 12 hours. "I can't," Ginma replied. "He's getting up." "Of course he is." Lee pushed himself upright, arms hanging useless. I heard him whisper, just loud enough for me and Guy-sensei to catch. "I'm sorry, Guy-sensei, but I have to use it." I looked at Guy. He looked afraid. "Lee!" he shouted. "Don't! Not here!" But the chakra spike answered for him. "Gate of opening, open!" Lee's chakra surged, visible to my eyes as his tenketsu flared like lanterns. "Gate of healing, open!" Tenkei pathways I'd only seen in clan scrolls flushed with power, brute-forcing flow through points I had just sealed. My stomach dropped. Above me, on the balcony, I heard Kakashi-san's single eye widen in horror. "Guy," he rasped, "you taught gates to a teenager with emotional issues? What the hell are you thinking?" Guy didn't flinch from the accusation, he glared right back. "I gave Lee a chance to be someone. To exist beyond everyone calling him a dropout. Don't lecture me about dangerous students, Kakashi. Not when you and Jiraiya are teaching your own apprentice things that. Kakashi's voice went cold. You don't understand what we're doing with Naruto. Don't pretend you do. I barely heard the rest. The third spike washed over me. Gate of life, open! Lee's skin flushed red, steam rose from his body, chakra roaring around him like a storm. For the first time, I truly couldn't track his movements. If the scrolls are right, I thought, forcing calm. I can't match that speed. I'll need. Hayashi-sama's voice echoed in my head, from thin training room walls and stolen glimpses of Hinata-sama's lessons. Rotation. Kaiten. The clan's ultimate defense. I didn't want to show this here. I thought, teeth grinding. Least of all against Lee. I exhaled once, sank into stance, and expelled chakra from every tenketsu in my body at once, spinning. Hakusho Kaiten. The world blurred into a whirling dome of chakra and stone dust. Lee hit the sphere like a meteor, once, twice. Each impact rattled my bones. If I waited any longer, I'd run out of chakra and he'd tear me apart. I shifted my footing, let the rotation slow, and dropped into a low crouch, one hand forward, one back, tenketsu blazing. Hack Ryoku, Yansho! My hands became blurs, each strike aimed at a vital point. Lee crashed into range. We traded blows at speeds the human eye couldn't follow. I hit dozens of tenketsu. He hit ribs, stomach, shoulders. Pain exploded through my side, copper rising in my throat. His chakra tore through my guard as many of my blows only half land, speed disrupting perfect form. Then, suddenly, stillness. We faced each other, breathing hard, eyes locked. We both coughed blood. Lee crumpled. I swayed, vision blurring, held up by sheer spite until Gunma's voice reached me as if from underwater. Winner, Hyuga Niji! Then the floor rushed up. Damn you, Lee! I thought as darkness pulled me under, hands grabbing my shoulders. I didn't want to use clan secrets on you. Why did you have to risk killing me just to prove a point? Seen too close to the edge, POV Naruto. I'd known Lee was strong. I hadn't realized he was that strong. Watching him tear through Niji's rotation like that, skin red, steam jetting off his body, felt a little too close to home. Like watching somebody else rip open their own seal just to prove something. They hauled both of them away on stretchers. Guy-sensei looked wrecked. Not angry, not exactly. Just small. Asuma-sensei stepped up beside him, cigarette hanging loose. You'd better pray Niji lives, Asuma said quietly. Hayashi's going to skin you over this. Once the kids realize what happened, they'll start asking why Lee nearly killed a comrade in a prelim. That kind of thing sticks. Guy flinched. I never thought he'd use it against a fellow Leaf Shinobi, he said, voice hoarse. I forbade it. I believe you, Asuma replied, blowing smoke. But belief won't change gossip. My hands were clenched so tight my knuckles hurt. Kakashi-sensei stayed quiet until the menin disappeared through the doors. Then I heard his sigh. That technique, he said, eye tracking the empty arena, is a kinjutsu, Naruto. The gates tear your body apart for a short burst of power. If Niji hadn't used Kaiten and that weird extended combo, Lee might have killed him. My stomach flipped. Killed him, I repeated. I thought about the way Lee had stared at Niji beforehand, the unhinged edge in his voice. How close he'd come to tearing through the Hyuga air in front of everyone. And then I thought about my own worst day in the forest of death. One tail. Screaming. Gaara's sand cracking. People staring. If it were me, I wondered, throat tight, would I have used the fox like that? Just to prove something in a stupid exam? Against Sakura? Ino? Shikamaru? Months ago, the answer would have been an easy hell yes. Now, with Sasuke dead, with the fox's chakra still burning in my bones from Gaara's fight, with Ino's fingers laced through mine, I don't think I could, I admitted, quietly enough that only Kakashi heard. Not like that. Not anymore. The board flickered. New names rolled. Nara Shikamaru vs. Tsurugi Misumi. Here we go, I muttered. Shikamaru sighed like someone had asked him to clean the entire village by himself. Troublesome, he grumbled, but when I stuck my arm out to block his path, he stopped. Oh, I said, meeting his eyes. You're a genius and a badass shadow freak. Don't let Lee's stunt and Niji's ego be the last thing people remember from Konoha in this round, yeah? He snorted. As if I'd let the village's reputation ride on those two idiots. We bumped fists. Try not to jinx me, moron. He shuffled down to the floor, slouched posture and bored eyes. Aino slipped up beside me, worry written all over her face. 50 Rio says he wins in under 5 minutes, she murmured, trying to sound flippant. 150 that he does it under 2, I countered. He's pissed. And Niji's his friend, whether he admits it or not. She squeezed my hand. We watched. Scene, the board is troublesome, POV, Shikamaru. Lee nearly killing Niji rattled everyone. I'd never seen that look in his eyes before. Not. I want to prove myself. Not. For youth. Pure, ugly desperation. The kind that twists people. It smelled like root. Somehow, I thought, stepping into the ring. I really doubt Lee came up with that speech and that target all by himself. Haruno's fingerprints were all over it. The phrasing. The way he framed Niji's defection from the team as unforgivable. Divide and conquer, internal edition. I'd already seen her try to isolate Naruto. And now she'd laid a fuse between Niji, Lee, Tenten, half the village, and anyone who believed comrade killing was a line too far. Psychotic bitch, I thought, making a mental note. You're stacking the board. I see you. I barely registered Genma explaining the rules. My eyes were on Misumi. Older genin. Round glasses. Mouth cloth. Weirdly smug considering he'd only just made it out of the forest. The way the Jonin had watched him and Yoro earlier set my teeth on edge. Begin! Genma barked. Misumi came at me immediately. Too straightforward, I thought, reaching for my pouch. You'd have to be stup. Pain lanced my shoulder as the joint popped halfway out of its socket. I hissed, jerking back. Misumi's arm had twisted weird, like it came apart. My copied movement through Kagemain had just about ripped my own joint out. Right, I thought, as I tossed a smoke bomb at his feet and retreated, hand already moving to set my shoulder. Body that can dislocate on purpose. My control over his limbs reflected on me. That's going to be annoying. Naruto's voice carried from above. Stop playing around, Shikamaru! Beat this loser so I can fight already. I rolled my eyes even while I forced my shoulder back into place with a grunt. Troublesome idiot, I muttered. I'm working on it. Misumi burst from the smoke with killing intent blazing. Cute. I dug out a little metal sphere from my pouch and flicked it at his chest. He sneered as it bounced off. The second it left him, my fingers formed the tiger seal. Boom! The flashbang snapped, a loud crack of sound and a brutal white flare. Misumi screamed, hands flying to his eyes. I walked up behind him and chopped the back of his neck. He dropped. No extra jutsu. No shadow strangulation. No clan trump cards. I wasn't wasting anything interesting on some weirdo whose entire shtick was, I can dislocate my joints and look smug. Genma called it. I trudged back up. Ino barreled into me with a hug. Naruto grinned and gave me a thump on the back that nearly knocked my shoulder out again. You owe me 150 Rio, he told Ino smugly. 2 minutes flat. She smacked his arm but handed over the coins. I leaned on the rail and scanned the Jonin. They weren't relaxed. Not even a little. Their eyes followed Yoroi and Misumi like wolves tracking prey. Something happened in the forest, I thought. Something big enough that even Genma looks ready to cut throats instead of break up fights. Troublesome. Seen watching monsters work, POV, Shino. Sensei. Kurenai Sensei's eyes slid toward me, red and calm. Too calm. Yes, Shino? You and the other Jonin, I said quietly, hands resting on the rail, are displaying elevated tension. Your body language suggests hostility toward Akada Yoroi and Tsurugi Misumi. Is there something teammates should be aware of? She hesitated. It's nothing you need to worry about right now, she said. Focus on your own matches. In other words, classified. Before I could press, the board flashed. Kankuro vs. Akada Yoroi. Yoro raised his hand. Proctor, I forfeit. Every genin eye in the room turned toward him. My clan is very good at reading silence. This one said coward, traitor, liability. Sorry, Yoroi added, rubbing the back of his head. I got banged up in the forest. Thought I could go, but seeing everyone else, I'm not confident I can fight properly. Genma's gaze flicked to the Jonin. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed, Asuma's jaw tightened around his cigarette. Guy looked like he wanted to break something. Fine, Genma said. Withdraw accepted. Kankuro, you advance by default. The Suna puppeteer scoffed, annoyed at the lack of a real fight. My insects hummed lightly under my skin. Something happened, I thought. And it's not in the official briefing. The board rolled again. Gaara versus a Rain Genin. The AIM boy, Sora, walked down, giving his teammates a look I would have called bravado if I didn't know better. Up on the balcony, the AIM kunoichi with dyed hair and cold green eyes watched like a predator studying another predator. I filled my lungs slowly, keeping my own reactions flat as sand oozed from Gaara's gourd. Sabaka no Shikaku. One of the 9. When his sand grabbed Sora and started compressing, when the sickening wet crunch echoed across the arena, most of the Konoha genin flinched or looked away. I did not. But I noted 2 things. The AIM kunoichi's expression didn't change. Naruto's did. He looked angry. Not at Gaara. At what killing like that meant. Interesting. Scene, paper lies, bloody proof, POV Amaya. Leaf genin really were children. Strong children, but children all the same, bleeding feelings all over the floor where anyone could use them. I watched the board flicker, standing with my arms folded beside my sensei. To the Konoha Jonin he was just another AIM chunin, tall, thick-muscled, scarred across the jaw. To me, he was the man who drilled into my head, over and over, observe, survive, report. The Hyuga is dangerous, I murmured, thinking back to Niji's match. Perfect close-range coverage, rotating defense, gentle fist that collapses organs. My lips tilted faintly. The Goken boy is suicidal. The Nara is smart. He deliberately didn't show his real hand. Correct, my sensei said softly. The puppet user lacks presence, but never underestimate a hidden blade. I watched the last few fights in silence, replaying the forest of death in my head. I'd already sent IWAS cipher, Shikaku host confirmed, sand autodefense, unstable. The problem was the old dossier we'd received before these exams, which still treated Sabaka no Gaara as a controlled weapon. My sensei's brown eyes flicked from Gaara to the arena floor. Do not underestimate any of them, Amaya. Leaf's ideology is childish. Their skill isn't. And listen carefully, if you draw Sabaka no Gaara, you forfeit. Immediately. I didn't argue the Jinchuriki part. I'd felt that sand in the forest. Instead I gave him a flat look as Sora's name came up on the board. So that's why you didn't warn him, I said quietly. You're not testing a theory. You're correcting headquarters fantasy file. Sora screamed as the sand wrapped around his body and gagged him before he could even forfeit. My sensei didn't flinch. You sent a good report, he said, eyes not leaving the arena. But the elders trust paperwork written during the last war more than a kunoichi with limited hands-on experience. They'll read your cipher differently when it's stapled to a corpse. The crunch of Gaara's Sabaka's so-so made half the room flinch. My stomach rolled, but I held my expression. So now that you've got them their correction, are you going to save Sora, sensei? He finally glanced my way. What do you take me for, Amaya? Have you ever known me to waste resources? He's served his purpose. Revealing my hand now would not serve you, or the village in the long run. No regular shinobi is a match for one of the 9. The squelch of crushed bone echoed as the sand peeled back, leaving what was left of Sora on the tiles. I shut my eyes briefly. When I opened them again, they were clear and cold. The old dossier was laughable, I thought. This is the reality we will have to plan around now. I guess it can't be helped, I murmured. If the board is going to be this crowded with monsters, I'll have to take things more seriously than I intended. Sora's remains hit the floor with a wet sound. Most of the room recoiled. I didn't. My other teammate shouted his name once, voice cracking. I felt nothing. Attachments are liabilities, and regardless I barely knew Sora, or the other idiot assigned to our cell. Still, when I glanced across the arena and saw the leaf Jinchuriki staring, fists tight on the rail, I filed the image away. He'd felt the fox in the forest. I'd felt something answer in my own seal, a deep, sluggish stirring. Now he looked at Shikaku's host and flinched, not from fear, but from recognition. Uzumaki Naruto, I thought, noting the name. You disturb me more than the sand does. I would have to watch him very carefully. Scene, Pepper and Pride, POV, Yuhi Kurinai. Watching Niji and Lee's match had been bad. Watching Gaara casually pulp and aim Genin under the nose of my Hokage-less village was worse. My team was rattled. Kiba tried to mask it under bravado, but his scent was all sharp edges. Hinata, still in the hospital, had been spared this, at least. Shino's glasses hid any emotion, but I knew him. He was processing, adjusting. The board flickered again. Inuzuka Kiba vs Yamanaka Ino. Asuma blew out a ring of smoke beside me. I tilted my head toward him, keeping my tone light. You think your mutt can handle Ino? He chuckled. You kidding? She'll eat him alive. Inoichi's been training her personally. And she listens better than my last batch of genin. Down below, Kiba placed Akamaru on the ground and grinned at Ino. Hey Ino-san, he called, arms crossed. No offense, but we both know who's winning this. Maybe just forfeit now. I don't want to hurt you and have Naruto murder me later. I froze. Asuma actually snorted. He really just said that, he murmured. He just signed his own death warrant. Ino's eyes went dark. She smiled, all teeth. Oh? Is that so, dog boy? Even from up here I could see the way her shoulders relaxed, the way she rolled her neck. Naruto leaned over the rail, saying something low and quick. She nodded once. Genma signaled. Begin! Kiba inhaled, ready to use his nose. Ino tossed 2 small pellets at his feet. They burst into powder. Kiba screamed, clutching his face. What the hell is that? Pepper spray, Ino said sweetly. Special blend. It hits the eyes, nose, and throat. For someone with a normal nose, it hurts. For someone like you? She tilted her head. It's hell. Kiba staggered, eyes streaming, coughing. Akamaru whined, paws scrambling backward. Asuma laughed quietly. Told you, he said to me. I watched Ino run through hand seals, movements crisp. This was not the academy brat who used to stare at Sasuke from behind a tree. Shinranshin no jutsu, she intoned. Kiba froze mid-cough. His arms jerked. Then, very clearly under her control, his hands dropped to his groin and squeezed. Yield, Ino said, eyes glittering. Or I start pulling. Kiba's voice came out 3 octaves higher. I forfeit. I forfeit. Genma-sensei. Genma lifted a brow, looked at Ino, then at Kiba's white-knuckled grip, and sighed. Winner Yamanaka Ino. Let him go before his clan files a complaint. The relief from the leaf genin turned quickly into laughter. The foreign teams looked confused. Ino dropped her jutsu. Kiba bolted up the stairs, cheeks flaming, hiding behind me. Ino is scary, he whispered hoarsely. I hid my smile behind my hand. You underestimated her, I said. We'll talk about that after the exams. Naruto and Shikamaru were both grinning. Asuma looked smug. I decided I definitely owed Ino a dinner. Scene, wind against wind, POV. Naruto. Finally. The board rolled again, and my name flashed up with Sabaku no Temari. My whole body buzzed. I needed this. Needed to move, to hit something that wasn't a teammate or a tree trunk. I bounced on my toes, then vaulted over the rail, flipping once for the hell of it and landing in the dust. All right. I yelled, grinning up at the balconies. Time to kick some ass, Uzumaki style. Temari was talking with that Suna Jonin Baki before she came down. Her expression wasn't cocky. It was tight. Worried. Her eyes flicked to me, then to Gaara, then back to Baki, who nodded once. Orders. I guess I made an impression in the forest, I thought, slipping into the opening form of the Uzumaki style, low balanced, one hand out, the other near my hip. The bones started as sharpened academy drills, but by now it moved the way Mom's notes said it should, tight footwork, driving lines, my chakra already humming low and ready in my limbs, refined the hard way by too many hours getting knocked around by Kakashi and Jiraiya. She slammed her giant fan into the ground, eyes narrowed. Anything you want to say before we start? I asked, voice flat and cool, doing my best Kakashi impression. Yeah, she snapped, whipping the fan open to 3 moons. Just die. She swung. Kamaitachi! She shouted. The air shrieked. A cutting wind hammered across the floor, ripping tiles. I pushed chakra into my legs and launched up, twisting. Wind clipped my heel instead of my whole body. Hand seals fast. Futon chakra puffed my lungs, then blasted out. Futon Kaziden! Dozens of small, fast wind bullets tore toward her. Temari pivoted, fan blade flashing, turning slashes into glancing blows. She was good. Too good. Her fan's her main medium, I thought as I landed. High control, high output. Long range. Fine. I bit my thumb, smeared blood across the seal line etched into my left arm guard. A familiar weight dropped into my hand. Bofudoki. Midnight blue leather scabbard, black and steel, the silver blue coil of Zenio Ryu painted along the side. The dragon's head faced outward, the dragon tear gem in the pommel pulsed once as my chakra bled into it, channels lighting up through the metal like faint veins. I drew in a clean arc, feeding chakra into the blade. Kazakiri! The air in front of me compressed into a razor wall of wind. Temari's Kamaitachi broke apart under it, scattered like dust. She dropped, rolling under the returning wave, and came up already swinging. Futon, Sunju Kakuryu in Metsu! 3 dragons of screaming wind peeled off her fan, roaring toward me in a staggered pattern. Yeah, no thanks. I yanked a chunk of shattered tile with a quick flick of chakra, swapped myself with it midair in a rough kawarimi, and felt the first dragon shred the stone where I'd been standing. The second skimmed my shoulder, the third barely missed my heel as I kicked off the wall. Too much coverage, I thought grimly. Raw output, wide area fast. My mid-level Suiton and Katon aren't gonna cut it head-on, and I don't have space for bigger stuff. Solution: be more annoying. I threw Bofudoki straight up and formed the cross seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu! 4 clones burst into existence, scattering. They took point positions Temari couldn't ignore, hands flashing through seals. She jerked her fan back, chakra flaring, and screamed. Dai Kamaitachi! The bigger version hit like a storm front. All 4 clones ripped apart in a spray of bloodless mist. I stuck to the wall with chakra, racing upwards along the stone to avoid the expanding blast, then kicked off hard, flipping back down. Temari was panting now, sweat beading at her temples. This is it, Uzumaki, she called, voice strained. I wasn't supposed to show this, but you're too dangerous to play with. She bit her thumb and slammed a bloody palm onto the fan. Kuchios no Jutsu! Smoke billowed. When it cleared, a small weasel with a side stood on the fan, grinning too many teeth. Oh great, I thought. Of course, she has a summon built for shredding things. The weasel twirled, swinging the scythe. A gigantic wind vortex exploded outward, tearing up stone and dust, ripping toward me and my last remaining clone. I didn't even pretend to tank that. I slammed my hands together, felt the toad contract tug at my chakra, skipped past the smaller names and grabbed something heavier, and bit my thumb. Kuchios no Jutsu! I put almost everything I had left into it. The arena disappeared in a cloud of smoke, just as the cutting tornado hit. When the smoke cleared, there was a mid-sized orange toad crouched in the middle of the arena, holding a huge concave shield in front of us. The stone in front of it was shredded to sand. I sat cross-legged on its head, grinning. Yo, Gamiya Jimbo, I said, patting the warty skin. Thanks for the save. Fukasaku-sama says hi. Gamiya Jimbo rumbled. You're getting better at calling me before you die, kid. Temari stared, fan drooping, exhaustion written all over her. You're not the only one who can summon, I called. I pointed past her. Also, I'd move. Like now? She blinked. Then realized Bofudoki was spinning end over end right toward her. She dodged, barely. The sword hit the ground and exploded into smoke, my henge clone springing out and driving a fist into her jaw. She staggered. His heel cracked across her wrist, knocking the fan loose. I tapped Gamiya Jimbo's head in thanks and dispelled him so he'd go home, then dropped in as the clone vanished. Uzumaki footwork carried me in on her guard, short steps, center low, wind chakra curling around my right palm in a tight, humming layer. Not a flashy jutsu, just everything the style had drilled into me: drive through, don't trade. It's over, I said. I slammed my wind-laced palm into her sternum. The impact thumped like a drum. Air blasted out of her lungs in a harsh wheeze. The wind chakra spread the force across her chest and knocked her clean off her feet without caving anything in. Temari hit the floor hard and stayed there, eyes rolled back, breathing but out. Genma's samban shifted. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto! I blew out a breath, and froze. Sand hissed. Gaara's gourd opened, grains snaking out and wrapping around Temari's limp body, not crushing, but lifting. Carrying. I met his eyes as the sand reeled her back up to their balcony. No rage this time. Just a cold, complicated relief. And something else. Gratitude. I get it, I thought, watching him fuss awkwardly with her and Kankuro, feeling Baki's glare on my neck. You expected me to kill her. That's what your world looks like. Maybe, I decided. I'll help change that. Eventually. Scene, the servant of his own hive, POV Shino. My name came up next, paired with the aim Kunoichi. Amaya. I walked down, cloak rustling softly. My Kikeichu stirred, eager. Across from me, she looked almost relaxed. Staff in hand, eyes faintly amused. Begin! I didn't waste time. I thrust my hands forward. A thick swarm of insects burst from my sleeves, roaring toward her. Doton Boshikyu no Doro! She murmured, palms slapping the ground. The stone floor melted into a swirling wall of mud, forming a spinning sphere around her. My bugs crashed against it, skittered around the surface. I split the swarm, sending a portion up and over to cover the top, circling, looking for gaps. When the mud fell away, she was already gone. Genjutsu. My vision blurred. For a heartbeat, the arena twisted. It didn't matter. I hadn't sent all my insects. One, a female, already clung to her somewhere under her clothes. I felt her like a faint tug in my awareness. I stepped left, letting my body move where the tug said she wasn't. Steel whistled through the air where I'd just been. I lashed out with my fist, connecting with something solid. Her form shimmered into view, a naginata braced in her hands. My punch had hit the haft. She swept the blade through my chest, and my body burst into a cloud of Kikeichu that swarmed her, biting chakra, knocking her back. The real me reformed near the edge of the ring. Her body melted into mud and splattered. Earth clone, I thought, annoyed. When did she? The ground in front of me bulged. I spun, hands forming the seal for my shikabe. My bugs poured out, forming a living shield just as a mud dragon head surged from the floor. Doton Doriyuden, spitting globes of hardened muck. The dragon's attack hammered my insect wall. The swarm shuddered but held. Which is when I felt a cold edge touch the skin of my neck from just off my right shoulder. I will say this once. Amaya's voice whispered, breath steady. Yield ab your aim. Or die. I allowed myself a small, smug smile. My marked female is on you, I replied calmly. Your genjutsu and earth clones lost their edge the moment I tagged your real body. The blade pressed in a millimeter deeper. A warm bead slid down my throat. You never tagged the real me, she said softly. The Amaya in front of me crumbled into stone. My stomach dropped. The chakra signature I'd been following belonged to the clone. The real Amaya rose from the ground at my flank, weapon already cutting in toward my neck. Genma's arm blurred. Steel met steel with a ringing clash inches from my skin. Winner Amaya, Genma said sharply. That's far enough. I stepped away, heart pounding, feeling the phantom echo of death where the edge had been. Amaya leaned in just enough for me to hear. You and your clan are impressive, she murmured. But you relied too much on your bugs. You never once looked at the ground. She walked back to her balcony like nothing had happened. As I climbed the stairs, shoulders heavy, my father's words from earlier that year whispered in my mind. Our allies are tools, but if you rely on them alone, you become their servant. Father, I thought, adjusting my glasses. You were right. I've grown complacent. Scene, burn pattern, POV Sakura. Lee almost killed Niji. Amaya almost killed Shino. Gaara did kill that aim boy. And everyone was staring at me. Tenten's eyes in particular burned holes in my back. Niji's stretcher had barely vanished through the doors when her hand brushed Lee's discarded bandages, fingers curling. You ready? Inner me purred in the back of my head. Everyone's already decided we're the crazy rude bitch. Let's give them a show, yeah? Tenten versus Haruno Sakura. The board flashed. Perfect, she hissed, loud enough for everyone to hear. I've been waiting. I went down anyway. Fear is a data point. It doesn't get a vote. Genma gave the usual. Don't kill each other if you can help it. Spiel. Nobody believed it anymore. Tenten unrolled the scroll, chakra flaring. I slid my hands into my sleeves, feeling the cool weight of my chains coiled around my forearms, their seals humming. Begin! Weapon storm. Kunai, Samban, shuriken, dozens, then hundreds, poured from summoning smoke as she spun the scroll. It was genuinely impressive. I moved. Illusionary afterimages blurred around me as I sprinted, my chakra chains lashing out to deflect anything that came too close. Rings sparked on steel, edges hissed past my cheeks. When the hail slackened, I snapped both chains forward, aiming to wrap her torso and end this before she could start her dragon trick. You sure aren't pulling punches, I called. What's wrong, Tenten? I thought I was just a piss-poor rookie. Why the warm welcome? She didn't answer. Instead, she dipped low, produced a pair of sai, and stabbed them into my chains, driving them into the stone with chakra-enhanced strength. My arms yanked forward and stuck. What? I tugged. The chains didn't budge. She baited us. Inner me observed, almost impressed. She watched our FOD fight and saw how we rely on the chains for both attack and defense. Smart girl. Tenten surged in. I let the chains go, dropping them with a mental trigger to release the central clasp, exactly like Retsu-san had drilled me, and ducked. Too slow. Her fist cracked into my nose. Pain exploded across my face. I heard the cartilage crunch. Another hook snapped my head sideways. Blood poured down my lips, hot and thick. Breathing got difficult. That was for Lee, you crazy bitch! She snarled, following up with a spinning kick. Pain radiated. My body wanted to curl up. I forced it not to. Enko's training had beaten worse into me. I ducked under the kick, rammed my shoulder into her hip, knocking her balance off, and rolled away, wiping blood out of my eyes. "Hinata warned me," she spat, circling. "But I didn't listen. I actually trusted you. And then you used Lee, dangled what he wanted most in front of him, just to spite Naruto." The words were knives. Not because they were wrong, but because they were close enough to the truth to sting. She went for the kill shot. "You know what? You're pathetic," she said. "Obsessed. Even if Sasuke were alive, the only thing he'd do is laugh in your face." The world narrowed. Something in me slid. Inner me sat forward, smiling. "Don't," my other self whispered, small and far away. "Don't do it. Just knock her out. Don't." "I told you," I said quietly, locking eyes with Tenten as I straightened. "Don't talk about Sasuke-kun like you knew him." My trembling stopped. The fear went somewhere else. The arena felt cold and very, very clear. Tenten must have seen it. Her shoulders tightened. "Bring it," she hissed, pulling 2 more scrolls. She leaped, preparing her twin rising dragons. No. I flooded the arena with cheap illusionary clones, basic genjutsu, just enough to create noise. Kunai flew, striking some of them. Others dodged. The real me blurred into a low-level light bend, a shimmer around the edges. While she tried to track too many targets, I slipped back to my chains, quietly yanked the sai out, reconnected the central clasp, and spun the links into a loop. She heard the rattle too late. I lashed the chain around her ankle and yanked. She hit the floor hard, an ugly crack echoing as her elbow took the worst of it. The angle was bad. Something snapped. She screamed and clutched her arm, breath ragged. I jerked the other end of the chain. The links wrapped around her waist, hauling her upright so she hung, half-supported. "Yield," I said flatly. "Drop dead." She shot back, grabbing a kunai with her good hand. We struggled, chains tightening. She used my own leverage to angle the kunai up against my throat. It bit skin, just enough to prick. "Looks like we're at a stalemate, bitch," she panted, grinning through the pain. "Call it a draw before we both bleed out." Inner me laughed. "Don't say I didn't warn you," I murmured, pumping chakra down both arms. Lightning-natured chakra, the conversion Anko had forced me to master, trickling along metal. And oh, outer me screamed in our shared headspace. "You'll ruin everything. Just knock her out." "Don't. I never told you my affinity, did I?" I whispered into Tenten's ear. Sparks crawled across the chains, bright and hungry. "I like my meat well done." Electricity exploded along the metal. Tenten convulsed. The smell of burned flesh hit an instant later, sharp and nauseating. Her scream cut off as her muscles locked. Voices shouted her name. Guy's killing intent slammed into me like a wall. Other jonin flared chakra. I didn't stop. Not until something sharp stabbed into my neck, a saban, perfectly placed to disrupt my chakra flow. "Genma. Winner, Haruno Sakura!" he barked, yanking the chain away from Tenten and dragging my weapon back with it. "Medics! Now!" My lightning flickered and died. Tenen slumped in Guy's arms, twitching. Angry red burns etched chain patterns into her exposed arms and stomach. Her left arm hung at a wrong angle. Killing intent pressed down from all sides, hot and suffocating. I met Guy's eyes. He looked like he wanted to tear me in half with his bare hands. I kept my face blank. This was a mission. "This is why people hate you," Inner me said, tone almost gentle as the mezzanine rushed in. "You know that, right?" I did. And I still didn't regret it. Not entirely. Scene: Finals on a funeral pyre, POV Naruto. Everyone gathered on the arena floor after they'd carried Tenten out, and the dust settled. Lee, Niji, Tenten, Sora, the rain boy, gone. Left standing me, Ino, Shikamaru, Amaya, Gaara, Kankuro, Niji, technically, and Sakura. We lined up. The air was heavy. Genma pulled his saban from his mouth. "First, an announcement." He looked tired. 6 days ago, while you were in the Forest of Death, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, died. Silence. Ino's grip on my hand tightened hard enough to hurt. Kurenai-sensei bowed her head, shoulders shaking once. Asuma's jaw clenched. He crushed his cigarette underfoot. I felt something sharp twist in my chest. The old man in the Hokage hat, sleeping behind his desk, buying me ramen, smiling through wrinkles, it didn't seem real. Danzo, I thought, cold crawling up my spine. It had to be. Genma continued. Due to circumstances, you missed the funeral. The exams will proceed under special security protocols. Your performance from here on will be witnessed by the Fire Daimyo and multiple dignitaries. Don't embarrass us. He held up a scroll. The finals matchups, randomly generated from the winners, are as follows. He read them one by one. Match 1, Hyuga Niji vs Haruno Sakura. Niji wasn't here to react, but Guy's chakra flared dark. Sakura's eyes went wide, just for a heartbeat, before she forcefully smoothed her face. Match 2, Sabaka no Gaara vs Yamanaka Ino. I heard Ino's breath hitch. Temari's head snapped toward Gaara, then toward Baki, who went very still. Match 3, Uzumaki Naruto vs Amaya. The Ain Kunoichi's eyes met mine. Calm. Measuring. The seal under my stomach rolled uneasily. And match 4, Nara Shikamura vs Sabaka no Kankuro. Shikamura muttered something about this being super troublesome, but didn't protest. You have 1 month. Genma finished. Heal. Train. Survive. That's all. I looked down the line. Niji vs Sakura, clan prodigy vs damaged root kunoichi with a grudge against the world. Ino vs Gaara, my girlfriend vs a barely stable Jinchuriki. Me vs Amaya, fox vs something I couldn't name yet, but my instincts hated. Shikamura vs Kankuro, our strategist versus a puppeteer from an enemy ally village. A month suddenly didn't feel like very long at all. Scene, on borrowed time, POV, Sakura. The moment Genma dismissed us, I moved. Away from the killing glare of Guy. Away from the curious eyes of the foreign genin. Away from Naruto and Ino and the fragile, stupid warmth that made this all harder. Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead. Danzo had no leash now. Root didn't have to hide anymore. And I just nearly cooked a comrade in front of every important person in the village. Niji was my assigned opponent. A Hyuga prodigy who had just mastered Kaiten in front of everyone and had every reason to want me dead for what I'd done to his teammate. Kabuto was captured. My exit path, Operation Get out of Konoha before Danzo uses you up, now depended on a crippled old warhawk who would drop me the minute I wasn't useful. Inner me went quiet. For once, she had nothing snarky to say. There was only one clear thought in my head. I'm screwed. Quick pause, guys. If you are enjoying this story, please take 1 second to check if you are subscribed. I am trying to hit my first massive milestone of 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you joining the community means the absolute world to me. Alright, let's see what Naruto does next. Chapter 24, No More Running. While the preliminaries were taking place. Scene Legends on a cratered road, POV Jiraiya. The road was not quiet anymore. A crater ate the middle of it, fresh and deep. Dust still hung in the morning air. Splintered trees leaned at wrong angles. Tsunade stood on one broken lip, fists clenched, shoulders tight. Shizune hovered just behind her, eyes wide, feet braced on the fractured earth. I balanced on a chunk of upended road, sandals gripping the tilted stone. My little orange book was still open in my hand, but nobody sane would think I was reading. The air ahead hummed with bad chakra. 2 figures waited in the gouge-out stretch below. One was tall and narrow, silver hair, triple-bladed scythe resting on his shoulder, grin like a fresh cut. The other. My book snapped shut. Kakuzu, I said. The stitched man tilted his head, green and red eyes faintly amused. So the rumors are true. Jiraiya of the Sannin does know everything worth knowing. Not everything, I replied. But I've got a decent card index on people with stupid bounty posters. The silver-haired one twirled his scythe and clicked his tongue. Up close, I could see something else now, the outline of a sheathed blade under his cloak. Not normal steel. The air around it felt oddly thin, like sound went quiet close to that hilt. "Oi, Kakuzu," he complained. "You said we were bagging some old hag and a washed-up pervert. You didn't say they were legends. This is gonna be fun." "Shut up, Haiden," Kakuzu said mildly. "He is worth more than you can count. Don't damage his head." Behind me, Tsunade snorted. "Old hag, is it?" "Later," I murmured, not taking my eyes off the Akatsuki pair. "Those cloaks, those rings, that smell, yeah?" "Akatsuki." Shizen's grip tightened on her medkit. "You're sure? I'd stake my next royalty check on it." I pitched my voice just loud enough for Tsunade to hear. "They're not just bounty hunters, Haim. This is the group going after Jinchuriki. Bijou. Including." I let the sentence hang on purpose. Her jaw flexed. "Minato's son," she finished, quiet and flat. "Kushina's boy." Kakuzu's gaze sharpened a fraction. "Yes. The Kyubi. Best not to speak too loudly of such things on open roads, Sanin. Best not to mention him at all in front of me," Tsunade growled. I stepped forward, putting myself between them and Tsunade/Shizen, palms open, posture loose. "You two picked a bad time," I called. "Konoha's already in mourning." Kakuzu shrugged off his cloak, revealing the mess of black stitch seams crawling across his torso. "Yes. The Hokage. Very unfortunate. Though a village without a kage is financially promising." He spread his arms. The seams along his back bulged. "Last chance, kids," I said. "Turn around and keep walking. You don't want this fight." Haiden laughed, high and wild. "You hear that, Kakuzu? The sacrifice thinks he's negotiating." "Take the woman," Kakuzu said, almost bored. "I'll handle the investment." Tsunade made a low sound that had nothing to do with fear. She slammed her heel down. The world jumped. Stone exploded, the road buckling like cheap paper. The crater under our feet deepened, shockwave blasting outward. Haiden staggered. Kakuzu rode it out on a roll, threads bracing him against sliding rock. By the time the debris stopped bouncing, the battlefield was a ring of jagged ledges around an ugly bowl of broken earth. "Your timing," I muttered, "is still terrible." "Then keep up," Tsunade snapped. Kakuzu moved first. Threads burst from his sleeves, thick and black and wrong, lancing across the crater faster than most shinobi could think. They weren't just attacking, they were probing, searching for a gap. I slammed my palms down. "Doton, Yomi Numa!" The ground beneath Kakuzu and me sagged and liquefied into a sucking swamp. His first volley of threads plunged deep instead of skewering my lungs. Mud splashed up my legs, cold and heavy. He didn't even flinch. A pulse of chakra hardened the muck under his feet, and he stepped lightly onto it like it was solid stone. "Suiton and Doton affinity," I muttered. "And that's before the masks." The stitches on his back split. 4 hunched shapes tore themselves free, each with a white mask for a face, horned, fanged caricatures. Chakra poured off each one, 4 distinct flavors on top of the dense earth core in his own body. One opened its mouth and drew in air with a shrill whine, another's throat glowed ember red. "Multi-element, externalize," I thought grimly. "Fantastic. Jiraiya, Sama!" Shizen shouted behind me. "We... Stay back!" I snapped. "Don't split the field. Tsunade, you take side, boy. I'll handle this one." "Like I need your permission," she growled, and blurred off the ledge toward Haiden. Then the hill exploded into motion. Scene, the fanatic with the unholy blade, POVE Tsunade. If there's one thing I hate more than Jiraiya's timing, it's religious fanatics with sharp objects. The silver-haired idiot, Haiden, charged with his scythe already spinning. The crater I just punched into the road yawned behind him, a jagged mouth waiting to swallow someone stupid. "Hey, old hag," he laughed. "Try not to die too fast, yeah?" Jashin, Sama likes a good scream. I met him halfway, fist cocked, chakra pooling in my knuckles. I ducked under the first wild swing, the blades singing over my head. The second came low. I stepped inside his arc and twisted, driving my elbow into his ribs with enough force to pulp a normal man's lungs. Bone crunched. Haydn staggered, spitting blood, but his grin didn't fade. "Oh, I like you," he wheezed. "You hit harder than the last Kage I gutted." "Shizen, fall back!" I barked, ignoring the jab. "If he gets close, you're dead weight." "Understood," she said. Her voice was too tight, but she moved. Haydn swung the scythe again, chain rattling. I caught the haft on my forearm, skin hardening with chakra, and yanked. He stumbled forward. My knee met his chin with a satisfying crack. His head snapped back. He should have gone limp. Instead, he spat out another mouthful of blood, laughing, eyes shining with something wild and ecstatic. "That's it," he gasped. "More. More. Immortal, then. Wonderful." Behind us, the air screamed. I glanced back long enough to see a massive firestorm slam into one of Jiraiya's mud walls, shattering it like pottery. No time to worry about him. He knew what he was doing. Mostly. I blurred forward, palm glowing green for half a moment as I let medical chakra edge my strike, then shut it off. Haydn ducked, more out of instinct than skill. My blow carved a crater in the road instead of his skull. "Holy shit!" he cackled. "That would have sent my head to the next country over." "Don't tempt me," I snarled. He clicked his tongue. "HNH, okay. Playtime first, ritual later," I said. "But you're better than you look." With his free hand, he shoved his cloak back off one shoulder. A scabbard rode his hip, black leather, metal fittings dark as old blood. The air around it felt thin. Wrong. Like standing too close to one of Mitoba's ceiling arrays before she finished carving the wards. He wrapped his fingers around the hilt. Chakra didn't flare. It collapsed, sucked inward, like the blade drank it. My skin prickled. That, I thought, is not standard issue. Haydn drew the sword with a reverent shiver. The exposed steel was a shade too dark, edges catching the light like oil on water. Fine scripts crawled along the fuller, almost, but not quite, like ceiling arrays, and completely unlike any Uzumaki warding I knew. "Jashin's tongue," he crooned. "Been a while since I fed you, huh?" The scythe became harassment, the sword the real threat. When the blade moved, the world flinched. My chakra recoiled just from being near it. Unholy artifact, I realized. Something like the cult blades that tried to root in Yuzushio before grandmother drove them into the sea. Mito had told me stories. Half as lesson, half as warning. Don't let zealots nest where seals hold the world together. Don't let cursed steel find a home in your village. I stepped right into its path. Scene storm of masks and toads, POV, Jiraiya. Fire and wind. The two masks at Kakuzu's shoulders leapt free, hovering on cords of black thread. The horned one inhaled, warping the air around it. The other burned white-hot in its eye sockets. "Here it comes," I muttered, fingers already flashing through signs. Futon/Katon, Tsukoku! A roaring wave of amplified flame tore toward me, the pressure alone enough to rattle my teeth. Doton, Doro Geishi! The earth bucked up into a thick, curved wall. The firestorm smashed into it. Heat blasted over me, baking my skin. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone. I didn't wait for it to fail. I shoved chakra into my legs and leapt sideways just as the wall shattered, molten rock and burning air shearing past. "Impressive reaction time," Kakuzu said calmly, threads writhing around him like a nest of snakes. "Most men your age move slower. Most men your age are dead." I shot back. He chuckled. "Some of us invest in longevity." A third mask peeled away from his back, this one with a jagged, toothy grin. Lightning crackled at its lips. "Right-on, John!" A spear of lightning blasted toward me. I let my body blur, harnessing the shunshin just enough to jerk aside, Even so, the edge of it kissed my shoulder. Pain flared, muscles spasming. That's enough playing nice, I muttered. I bit my thumb and sprinted through seals, weaving between threads and elemental bursts. Kuchios no jutsu! Smoke erupted across the hillside. Something huge and green rose from the fog beneath me, broad back solid under my sandals. Yo, Jiraiya-san! Croaked a deep voice. You rang? Gamma Jimbo. I grinned down. Brought friends. Two more shapes loomed in the smoke, one gray-black, one yellow-green, each toad gripping a spear whose blades shimmered with restrained elemental auras, just a shimmer, not full storms yet. Try not to wreck the whole country, Gamma Jimbo rumbled. Paul will yell at us again. We'll bill Akatsuki, I said. Aim to disable the masks. I'll get the main body. That's my cue, crackled the lighter toad, electricity already dancing in fine threads along his spearhead. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. 3 mid-tier summons and 1 aging Sannin. You overestimate yourself. He flicked his hands. All 4 masks broke formation and scattered, mouths already heating. Then the hillside turned into a storm. Wind roared as the tornado-bladed spears swept in an arc, sending a slicing gale at the horned mask. Water exploded from the other spear, a compressed torrent slamming toward the flame mask in a tight, drilling line. Lightning shrieked as a bolt jumped from spear to ground, arcing back toward Kakuzu himself instead of into open air. Kakuzu reacted fast. I'll give him that. The wind mask vomited a counterblast, colliding with the slicing gale in a screaming deadlock that gouged a trench into the slope. The fire mask poured a focused tongue of flame into the incoming water, filling the air with steam and shattered stone, but the jet still clipped its mask and scorched a jagged crack across porcelain. Kakuzu thrust both hands down. Doton Doma. His skin darkened, hardening to stone just as the lightning bolt hammered into him. The impact still drove him back, gouging furrows in the earth. Careful, I called. We're on a schedule. He didn't notice the way I'd vanished from Gamma Jimbo's back. There's a trick to big flashy battles. Everyone watches the biggest explosion. While the masks and toads traded storms, I slipped under the noise, chakra twisted tight and compact in my hand. It spun faster, whirring, shrieking, drinking in the air. Rasengan, I whispered. Kakuzu half-turned, threads spiking out on instinct. Too slow. Rasengan! The sphere slammed into his chest, grinding. Doma cracked under the force. I felt something give, bone, flesh, and something else harder behind it. The impact drove him deep into the hillside, carved a crater out of the rock. Above, the lightning mask shrieked. The white face on its construct body splintered in the same instant Kakuzu screamed, a sound not quite human. The mask shattered like porcelain. A chakra tether snapped. 3 stolen hearts left, I thought grimly. I hit the ground on one knee, ribs screaming, chakra burning. I'd driven the Rasengan deeper than usual, and he was dense. My vision wobbled. Nice hit! Gamma Jimbo boomed. His spear punched through the already cracked fire mask, shattering it completely. Threads spasmed, and the elemental presence winked out. The water spear toad capitalized, skewering the damaged mask that had tried to back away. Porcelain and chakra burst in a wet pop. Another tether gone. 2 down. 3 counting lightning. Don't let up! I shouted. Wind mask, then we dogpile him! The horned wind mask shrieked and spat a cutting gale at the incoming spear. The toad twisted, redirecting, so the blade only kissed its cheek. Porcelain sheared, a jagged chunk went spinning. The mask jerked backward and then, instead of shattering, collapsed back into Kakuzu's body in a streak of black threads, vanishing into his torn chest. I swore under my breath. Smart. He's consolidating. For a heartbeat, the world was just light, noise, and the satisfied grunts of amphibious murder. I let myself breathe. Too early. The ground beneath my feet twitched. Move! Instinct snarled. Black threads burst from the crater like a nest of centipedes, slamming into my back and shoulder before I could fully dodge. Pain flooded my body, deep, searing. I rolled with it, twisting away, tearing free at the cost of more flesh. Gah! Warm blood soaked my cloak. My right arm wouldn't quite answer. Kakuzu clawed his way up out of the crater, chest a ruin of torn cloth and shattered stitches. He was panting, eyes wilder than before, skin still cracked with lightning burns. 3 heartbeats had gone silent in his chakra. 2 remained, the original earth core and the wind he'd pulled back. You bastard! He rasped. Do you have any idea how long it took to acquire those hearts? Should have invested in a savings account. I wheezed. He stared at me for a long second, then laughed. Low and rough. You are troublesome, Jiraiya of Konoha, he said. And efficient. Most would have died 10 minutes ago. He started to step forward, then paused. Both of us felt it at the same time, chakra flaring like a sun behind me. Tsunade. Haiden's presence didn't vanish so much as jerk, then stutter, then drop. Something ugly and wrong in the air went quiet. Kakuzu's gaze slid past me, taking in the distant crater, the absence of his partner's foul energy at his side, something like relief crossing his face. Well, he said. It seems you've done me a favor. He raised one hand. Threads stabbed into the earth at his feet, the ground starting to swallow him. You're running? I demanded, forcing my shaky legs to move. Even greed has to respect odds, he replied calmly. I am down 3 hearts. You are wounded. The woman is angry. I'll consider this a down payment. He sank deeper, earth folding over him. Next time, Jiraiya-san, he added, voice already muffled. Bring more organs. I'm low on stock. I hurled a last volley of hair needles at him, but the mud closed over his head. The projectiles thudded into empty ground. I sagged, breath hissing between my teeth. Every injury I'd been ignoring came due at once. Damn it, I muttered. Should have hit him harder. Scene, breaking the blood curse, POV Tsunade. Some days I hate being right. The crater I'd punched into the road at the start yawned wider now, edges spiderweb from Haiden's body smashes. He shouldn't have been standing after the beating I gave him. Yet there he was, laughing as he dragged his scythe along the ground, blade carving a crude circle into the earth. Lines a symbol. Blood spattered from his own mouth as he worked, and he licked it off his chin like it was sake. The sword, Jashin's tongue, he'd called it, hung loose in his other hand, humming with an absence that made my teeth itch. I didn't recognize the pattern he drew, but the intent made my skin crawl. Ritual. Anchor. Focus. Shizen! I called. Stay back. He's prepping some kind of... I didn't see the chain until it whipped around my ankle. Gotcha. Haiden grinned. The scythe flicked. Just a nick. 3 shallow lines across my forearm as the blade kissed skin. It didn't even hurt at first. The blood did. My blood. For a heartbeat I was still a Sannin, aware, furious. Then the color hit my eyes and the rest of the world dropped away. The smell of iron rushed up my nose, thick and suffocating. The taste of it coated my tongue. I heard myself breathe, too fast, too shallow. No, I thought. Not now. Not. My knees wobbled. I stumbled back a step, eyes locked on the red beads welling up and crawling down my skin. Everything else blurred. Jiraiya shouting my name years ago. Nawaki's arm hanging limp. Dan's chest opening under my hands. The wards soaked in crimson. The hospital reek of blood that never washed out. And no. I can't. Tsunade-sama! Shizen cried, voice distant, distorted. I couldn't move. Couldn't look away. Haiden stepped into his circle, eyes rolling back in something like ecstasy as my blood smeared across his tongue. His skin darkened, bone-white markings crawling up his limbs, torso turning into a mockery of a skeleton. The cursed sword in his hand hummed, the air around it going thin. Jashin's blessing, he whispered. Let's play. He raised the sword, and drove it down into his own leg. Shizun screamed. I turned my head, slow, sluggish, and saw her collapse, hand clutching her thigh where blood bloomed through the fabric at the same angle he'd struck himself. Veins stood out dark on her skin, crawling in the same pattern as his skeletal markings. Ah! Haiden sighed. What a beautiful sound! He stabbed himself again. This time through the shoulder with the sword's tip. Shizun choked on a sob, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as an invisible wound took hold. Stop! I tried to say. Don't! My voice came out as a whisper. My heart hammered against my ribs like it wanted out. This was the moment. The same moment I'd run from for 20 years. Move! The voice was old, rough, familiar. Not Jiraiya, not Shizun. Hashirama. I was small again. The world too big, too red. Tuka, Oba's weight crushing me to the ground when she tackled me, arms wrapping around my body. A wet cough splattering my face. Her hands shaking. Then her weight going slack. A man with a slash-leaf headband tearing her away, kunai dripping. Raising it again while I lay frozen, staring at the blood on my hands. Later, clinging to grandfather's cloak and sobbing. Why did she have to die for me? Why did anyone? I don't want it. I told him. I don't want to be a shinobi if it means that. I don't want to be alone. He'd stroked my hair and said, We can't choose whether people die, Nei-chan. Only whether their deaths meant anything. Back then, I'd believed him. Then Nawaki. Then Dan. Somewhere along the way, I'd decided he was wrong. Haiden drove the cursed blade straight through his own shoulder. Shizun shrieked, sound breaking. Move. The memory of grandfather's voice slammed into me like a jutsu. You can't save anyone if you never step forward. My hand curled into a fist. I'm so tired of being afraid, I thought. I forced my gaze off the blood. Forced my lungs to slow down one breath at a time. The red didn't go away, but it blurred at the edges. Shizun's ragged breathing cut through the haze. She was going to die here. Because I couldn't get over the color of my own blood. Enough, I whispered. My chakra flared. Haiden froze mid-swing, eyes going wide. Oh? There you are, he grinned. Jashin, Sama really likes you, you know. Tell him I'm not interested. I grabbed the chain still looped around my ankle and yanked hard. Haiden stumbled forward, off balance. The cursed sword jerked in his grip. Oh, careful, he barked. You'll. I wrapped the chain once around my forearm, channeling chakra into the metal until it hummed. Fine threads of right uncrawled along the links, snapping and popping, not wild bolts, but precise, surgical jolts aimed at nerves. Jiraiya isn't the only one who remembers how to do this, I thought. Haiden jolted, muscle seizing, but he still laughed. Stupid, tricks won't. That's fine, I said. This isn't for you. I jerked the chain again, reeling him in like a fish. He tried to dig his heels in. The earth cracked under the strain, but chakra-enhanced strength beats religious enthusiasm every time. As he flew toward me, I met him halfway with a punch. Not to his head. To his arm, the one holding the cursed sword. Bone shattered under my fist. Flesh tore. The arm came off at the elbow, still gripping the blade. Black veins pulsed along the severed limb, trying to knit back toward the stump, and failing to cross the distance. Haiden howled. The pain echoed through the bond. My own arm flared, skin splitting, but I didn't stop. I kicked the severed limb out of the circle. For a heartbeat, the sword lay there dark and still. The air around it steadied. Good, I thought, and then the metal twitched. Threads of void-tinged chakra yanked it across the dirt, dragging the severed arm with it like a grotesque puppet. The blade jittered, trying to leap back to Haiden's remaining hand. Mito's voice rose in my memory, layered over the scream of my own blood. Cursed steel remembers its master. Jashin blades crawl back to their zealots unless you smother the god's whisper. Not today, I snarled. Green chakra flooded my hand, dense and precise. I slammed my palm onto the writhing limb, tracing a Yuzusho sealing pattern into flesh and cursed metal in 3 swift strokes. The symbols burned bright for an instant, then sank. The sword went slack. The arm fell limp. For a beat. Then faint black lines flared along the engraved script. The seal shuddered. The blade twitched again, dragging itself another inch. Too deep, I realized. The link's not just in the steel. It's in him. I planted my foot on Hayden's chest and shoved him backward out of the circle. The bloody markings on his skin flickered. The cursed blade jerked one last time and then lay still, pulled in 2 directions at once. And no! You stupid bitch! He screamed. You broke, Jashin's. I wrapped the crackling chain around his torso, pinning his remaining arm to his side. Right uncrawled over his nerves, shorting them one after another. Shizen, I called, voice steady at last. Can you move? She coughed. Barely. Good enough. Crawl out of that circle. Now. She did, dragging herself inch by inch, blood streaking the dirt. As soon as she crossed the line, the weight on my own limbs eased. The bond broke. The echo of his pain in my muscles snapped off like a cut thread. You! Hayden stammered, eyes wild. Do you have any idea who you're insulting? Yes, I said. A corpse that hasn't realized it yet. I jumped, hauling him up with me by the chain, then pivoted in the air. All my weight, all my chakra, all my anger poured into my heel as I brought it down on his neck. Tsuden kyaka! His neck and face didn't so much break as detonate under my heel. Bone, cartilage, and flesh pulped with a wet crunch. The impact obliterated the ground beneath him and launched what was left of his head like a kicked ball. It flew in a ragged arc, spinning end over end, disappearing into the distant trees with a fading trail of muffled curses. His body flopped bonelessly into the crater, twitching. I didn't move. Every medic knows, just because something stops moving doesn't mean it's dead. I dropped into a crouch beside the ruined neck, chakra flaring in my hands, not green this time but bright, hard white edged with faint crackling threads. Right and fine enough to light individual nerves. Medical chakra sharp enough to cut without a scalpel. Brainstem, I thought. Spinal cord. Chakra coil hubs. I drove my fingers into the mess of meat and smashed bone, found the ragged stump of his spinal cord, and flooded it with killing current and chakra distortion. Every signal Jashin could send down that line I burned. The body jerked once, twice, and then sagged. No more twitch. No more pulse of that wrong, skeletal chakra. The skeletal marks on his skin faded to pale scars and then to nothing. Whatever tried to crawl back up that link, I didn't let it. Only when I was sure did I let myself breathe. I pushed back, hands still shaking, and stumbled to Shizen's side, dropping to my knees. Let me see, I said quietly. Her eyes were glossy with pain and residual terror, but she managed a weak smile. Why, you did it, Tsunade-sama. Don't talk, I muttered, already flooding my palms with green light. You're leaking. I set my hands to her chest first, feeling for the worst of the damage Hayden's borrowed strikes had done. Internal bleeding, cracked ribs, a puncture flirting with something vital. Nothing I couldn't fix. Not anymore. I kept my gaze on the glow of my chakra, on the lay of muscle and bone beneath, not on the blood slicking her clothes. Focus on the anatomy. Ignore the color. Breathe. As I worked, chakra soothing and knitting, I felt another, heavier presence limp up behind me. Always did have a flair for dramatic finishes, Jiraiya said hoarsely. I snorted without looking back. You're one to talk. You smell like cooked meat. Lightning shock. He shrugged, and then hissed as the motion tugged something. And maybe a small crater. Sit down before you fall down. I snapped. I don't feel like reattaching your spine in a ditch. He obeyed, for once, sinking to the ground with a wince. Blood had soaked through his cloak at the shoulder and back. I'd get to him in a minute. For now, Shizen's breathing evened out under my hands. Her color improved. The tremors slowed. You all right staying awake? I asked her softly. She nodded, eyes shining. Are you? I paused. The road was a mess of blood and rubble. My own arms were still stained red, but they weren't shaking anymore. The knot in my chest was still there, old fear, old grief, but something had shifted around it. I will be, I said. I glanced up at the sky. For the first time in years, I didn't feel like spitting when I thought of Konoha. Grandpa, I thought. I've been running a long time. Maybe it's time I stop. I turned to Jiraiya and found him watching me, one eye crinkled in something that wasn't quite his usual lecherous smile. Don't say it, I warned. Wouldn't dream of it, he replied. Then, softer. So, Hokage? I looked away, back toward the road leading to Fire Country's heart. Hokage. The hat that had killed everyone I loved. And yet, right now, all I could see was a village full of people who would die if no one strong stood between them and monsters like this. I'll come back, I said at last. On my terms. And if your precious village hasn't changed in 6 months, I walk. His grin widened, but there was relief under it. I'll take it. I finished stabilizing Shizen, then crawled over to lay a glowing hand on Jiraiya's torn shoulder. He hissed, but didn't pull away. I let my chakra seal torn vessels, knit tissue, burn out leftover right-hand traces. Behind us, Haiden's headless body lay slack and still. The cursed sword, half buried under rubble and sealed meat, did not move. Whatever Jashin wanted, he wasn't getting it here. Let's move, I said when I'd done enough to keep us both mobile. Konoha doesn't have a Hokage. Yet. And Akatsuki knows where you are now, Jiraiya added. No more small bets, Haim. I stood, stretching sore muscles, and looked down the road. No more running either, I said. Come on, Snowflake. We've got a village to yell at. Same day, later, back in Konoha. Scene, ugly choices over tea, POV Naruto. Naruto, apartment, night after the prelims. By the time I got home, my legs weren't shaking anymore. That was something. I dropped my sandals by the door out of habit, old academy training, and just stood there for a second. The apartment was the same as always, too quiet, paint peeling in one corner, cheap table, scrolls stacked where ramen cups used to be. Bofudoki's midnight blue scabbard leaned against the wall near the table, dragon emblem catching the light. The sword looked like it belonged in some war hero's shrine, not in a cramped room that still smelled faintly of instant noodles and hospital soap. For a second, I saw Lee collapsing instead of my futon. I forced myself to move. Kettle on. Tea instead of instant noodles, because Ino would nag if she smelled curry cups on my clothes tomorrow. The steam helped. Hot, normal, harmless. 3 knocks on the door. Even, spaced. Not urgent, not civilian random. Kakashi-sensei, I said before I opened it. He stepped in with a nod, I traveling over the room like he was memorizing exits. That wasn't new. It still made my shoulders tense. Bofudoki snagged his gaze for a moment, not long, but enough to notice, before his attention slid back to me. Thought you'd go straight to the Jonin lounge, I said. Gossip with Guy about how insane his kids are. He ignored the chair and leaned against the wall instead, hands in his pockets. I already know how insane his kids are, he said mildly. Today wasn't about that. I didn't ask if he meant Lee nearly killing Niji or Sakura cooking Tenten. I didn't really want to hear it spoken aloud yet. So, I said because the silence was starting to feel like pressure. Debrief? Debrief, he agreed. The official version will happen with more people and more tea. This is the one where I asked you the questions I can't ask in front of the council. My throat went dry. I poured tea anyway and handed him a cup. He took it, surprisingly. He let me sit first. I stayed on the floor, back against the opposite wall from him, distance roughly equal, like we were 2 stones across a board. He watched me over the rim of his cup. When Lee opened the gates, he said, "What did you think?" That he was crazy, I said. And that I understood why. Explain, I stared at my hands. The knuckles were scraped from Temari's fan. The medanine had healed the worst, but not everything. I like that. It made it real. He's been told his whole life he's useless without ninjutsu or genjutsu, I said slowly. He gets one thing that makes him special, that Gates technique, and the first time someone sneers at it in public, he'd rather tear himself apart than walk away. I swallowed. And it worked, I said. People will remember that. The day Lee almost killed a Hyuga genius. Even if they hate him for it. Kakashi's eye narrowed, not in anger. More like I just put a piece down on the board he'd been waiting for. And if it had been you? He asked. If the council, or Danzo, or Suna pushed you that way. If the only way to prove you weren't a mistake was to open the seal and let the fox run. I almost did, I answered before I could talk myself out of it. My voice sounded flat in my own ears. In the forest. When Gaara stopped being a boy and started being sand. When I thought he'd crush everyone. Kakashi didn't look surprised. I wasn't sure if that hurt or made it easier. What stopped you? He said. I thought of Gaara's eyes when I'd pinned him. The way he looked at me like I was the only thing real in a nightmare. 2 things, I said. 1, if I lose it, there's no one behind me. No backup Jinchuriki on a shelf. If I crack, that's it. They seal the fox into some baby who doesn't get a choice, or they fail and we all die. I hate that. But it's true. And 2? Kakashi asked quietly. 2, I said, is that I don't want to win that way. Not against people who are supposed to be my comrades. Not in an exam where my friends are watching. I let out a breath. If I use the fox every time things get bad, then the people who call me a monster are right, I said. Not because I lose control, but because I stop bothering to be anything else. The words hung between us. Heavy. Honest. Kakashi's gaze didn't waver. Good, he said at last. I needed to hear you say that with your own mouth. Not as a joke. Not as bravado. He put the cup down, carefully, like it mattered where the ring of tea would stain the cheap wood. I have to ask you the ugly version too, he said. Purely as a shinobi. No speeches. Just options. Ask, I said. If, he said, Gaara loses control in the finals and the Shikaku breaks loose, are you willing to open the seal further than you did in the forest to stop it? I already knew the answer. It still took me a second to say it. Yes, I said. If that's the only way to keep Konoha standing. I don't want to. But I'd rather be terrified and alive than noble and dead. He exhaled slowly, something easing around his shoulders. That, he said, is why I'm not as afraid as I could be. I blinked. You're not. Oh, I'm terrified, he said dryly. You contain the most dangerous chakra mass on the continent. You've already tapped it once. There are at least 3 factions in this village who'd cheer if you slipped just enough that they had an excuse to put a knife in your back. I knew that part. You could feel it in the looks sometimes. But, he went on, we opened a technique that tears his body apart because he couldn't imagine any other way to exist. Gaara sleeps in a sand coffin and kills children because nobody taught him he was anything but a weapon. You. He stopped, searching for the words, which was rare enough that I straightened a little. You asked for help, he said. From the fox. And you still walked back from it. You're scared of what's inside you, Naruto. That is the proof that you are stronger than it is. I stared at him. That's backwards, I said. Being scared doesn't make you strong. In this, he said, it does. Fear is a leash you can pull on. Power without fear is what turns people into Orochimaru. The room went quiet again. Outside, someone shouted 2 streets over. A dog barked. It sounded like another world. What if you're wrong? I asked. What if one day I open the seal and don't come back? Then, he said, I was wrong. I bet on the wrong person. And we all burn. His eye met mine steady. But I've seen enough stupid, brave kids to know the difference between I want power and I want to protect people even if it kills me," he said. "You're the second kind. That kind comes back more often than you'd think." My throat felt tight. I looked away, because if I didn't, something might leak out of my eyes, and I wasn't doing that tonight. "You're still reckless," he added. "You still scare me. You still don't think 4 moves ahead like Shikamaru. But you learn. You listen when people you trust tell you the truth, even when it hurts. That's another leash. You're terrible at compliments," I muttered. "Good," he said. "I'd hate to go soft at my age." He pushed off the wall. "Tomorrow," he said, "we start preparing for your match with Amaya and for the possibility that the finals aren't just a promotion stage, but a battlefield." He paused at the door. "Tonight sleep," he said. "Being the village's last line of defense is exhausting work." He slid the door open, and almost walked into an Anbu mask. "Hataki," the man said, crisp and low. "Nara Shikaku requests Jonin presence. Council-adjacent debrief. Urgent." Kakashi sighed, eye creasing. "See?" he told me. "No rest for the paranoid either." He lifted a hand in a lazy sort of salute. "Don't stay up all night staring at that sword," he added. "You'll get another chance to swing it." I glanced at Bofudoki, propped in its corner, dragon engraving catching the light. Council saw it as a village asset. I saw it as one more thing I was supposed to live up to. "Yeah," I said. "Night, Sensei." When the door closed, the apartment felt even quieter. I got up and, without really thinking about it, checked that Bofudoki's hilt sat snug in its scabbard, the dragon's eye gem dull. The sword hummed faintly with stored chakra, responding to my touch. Parent's blade. Parent's scroll. Finals. Potential invasion. A lot of things to lose sleep over. I boiled more water anyway. Scene: Who is the king? POV: Shikamaru. Nara compound, shogi room. Same night, after prelims. The shogi board between us looked like a battlefield after the vultures were done. Half my pieces were off to the side. Father's kings sat in the center rank, defended by a messy ring of golds and silvers that looked lazy until you tried to break it. "We're not really talking about the game, are we?" I said. Father poured more tea. "Does it feel like we are?" "Not even a little," he grunted, which in Nara language meant point conceded. "You watched the prelims," he said. "Hard to miss," I answered. Lee trying to suicide by gate, Niji almost dying, Sakura frying Tenten, Naruto pulling a mid-tier toad out of nowhere, Shino getting outplayed by that aim girl who doesn't fight like aim at all. I nudged a captured lance with one finger. "Busy day." "Hokage dead," Father added quietly. "Rude maneuvering. Jiraiya dragging Tsunade back by the hair if he has to. And multiple monsters in human skin gathering in the same village for a show match." "Yeah," I said. "That too." He picked up a pawn and rolled it between his fingers. "What does a king do, Shikamaru?" We'd had this conversation before, but this time his tone was different. Less patient teacher, more exam proctor. "He protects the other pieces with his position," I said. "Doesn't move much, slow, vulnerable. But the entire game is about whether he survives or not." Father nodded. "Good. And in our rail board? Who is the king?" "The Hokage," I said automatically. Then I hesitated. The third was dead. Tsunade wasn't here yet. The slot was empty. "Not quite," Father said. He moved the pawn he'd been playing with. A small, precise drop. Pawn to 5-7. I frowned. "Then who?" "Depends who you ask," he said. "The council thinks it's their voting bloc. Danzo thinks it's control of his black ops. The fire daimyo thinks it's tax revenue and headcount." He tapped the board. "They're wrong." I thought of the forest. Of Gaara's sand. Of Naruto standing in front of him, panting, eyes bright and wrong for a heartbeat, then steady again. Of that aim girl, Amaya, moving like she'd been drilled by someone who doesn't believe fair fight stories. The Jinchuriki and people like them, I said slowly. They're not the king, but they're what the whole board tilts around if they go off. Closer, Father said. Those children are hinges. If they fall into the wrong hands or lose control, the game lurches. But the true king, the piece everything else orbits, isn't a person. He looked up, and for a second I saw the man who sat in bunker meetings with Hiruzen, stared down Kumo delegations, and argued with Danzo without flinching. It's the village, he said. Konoha as a whole. Our networks, our morale, the next generation. If that dies, it doesn't matter who's in the hat or what nightmares we've sealed into kids. I stared at the board. My rook looked suddenly very small. Then what does that make us? I asked. Genin. Chunin. Clans. Pieces, he said simply. All of us. Me, you, the clan heads, the Hokage herself when she arrives. Pieces whose duty is to move and be sacrificed when needed to keep the king, the village, alive. Even Naruto, I said. It wasn't really a question. Especially Naruto, he replied. And Gaara. And that in girl with the two steady eyes. High value, high risk pieces. I pushed air out of my lungs. It felt heavy. That's bleak. He shrugged. It's war. War's just ugly arithmetic. You don't have to like the numbers. You do have to look at them. Great, I muttered. This is why I hate getting out of bed. So stay in bed, he said. Let less intelligent people decide where to move you. Let Danzo decide what Naruto is worth. Let Suna decide what to do with Gaara. Let whoever's behind that AIM team decide how they use her. Very relaxing. I glared at the board, because glaring at him was a bad idea. What are you actually telling me, old man? That I expect you, he said, to decide what kind of piece you want to be. He nudged his king one square to the side. A pawn goes straight forward until someone removes it. A rook moves in straight lines where it's told. A knight jumps. A bishop cuts awkward angles. A general stands next to the king and takes hits for him. He looked at me. Or, he added, you can aim to be the one who sees the whole board and make sure the idiot wearing the hat doesn't hang us all. I swallowed. You mean a Jonin commander? I mean, he said, someone who understands that sometimes you sacrifice the game to win the war. Or sacrifice a match to protect a future ally. Or sacrifice reputation to keep a Jinchuriki seen as a person instead of a leash with teeth. My mind jumped, uninvited, to Naruto again. To the way he'd gripped my shoulder after the forest and said, half joking, I'm counting on your brain, Shika. And if I don't want that? I asked, because I had to. Then you'll still be moved, he said. Just by other hands. You'll still fight. You'll still get hurt. You'll just be surprised more often, and your friends will die for other people's reasons. Troublesome didn't even begin to cover it. He pushed the pieces back to their starting positions. Right now, he said, you have 1 month. Use it. Help Naruto prepare for his match with that AIM girl and for the possibility that the finals turn into something uglier than exhibition duels. Help Ino survive her draw, one way or another. Decide what you're willing to do in the arena if the rules crack. That's a lot of responsibility to dump on a genin, I said. He smiled, tired and proud at the same time. You're not just a genin, Shikamaru. Not anymore. Hiruzen's gone. The old guard is thinner. Someone has to think. If you don't want to do it, fine. But understand the hole you leave. He gestured to a notepad sitting near the board. Until now, I'd taken it for his game notes. Up close, I saw column headings, teams, training grounds, time slots, contingencies. Shikaku! I groaned. You're good at patterns, he said. Start simple. Draft a schedule. Who trains with who, when, where? Naruto and Amaya's counters. Ino's options against Gaara. Your own prep for the puppeteer. Bring me something tomorrow that doesn't get anyone killed on paper. Homework, I said flatly. Commanders have paperwork, he said. Welcome to the exciting future you could have refused 5 minutes ago. I looked at the board again. At my king. At the empty space where the Hokage piece would sit, if we had won. Fine, I said. I'll think. I'll plan. I moved my pawn up one space, feeling every millimeter. Just don't complain when it gets troublesome. He chuckled. I'd be more worried if you said it would be easy. We reset the game. This time, when I played, I wasn't just thinking about winning. I was thinking about who I could not afford to lose, and what it meant that I was the one drawing the first map. Scene: the Hyuga the world sees, POV Niji. Niji, Hyuga compound, viewing room. Elsewhere, evening after the prelims, after Genma's announcement of Hiruzen's death. The compound was too quiet. Hyuga's silence isn't the peaceful kind. It's the sort that sits on your shoulders and makes you remember everything you've ever said that you shouldn't have. My ribs protested when I slid the door aside and stepped onto the Engawa. The healers had done what they could, but there's only so much salve and chakra can do after you trade blows with someone trying to tear his own body apart just to reach you. Hayashi-sama stood by the low stone basin we use as a mirror, hands folded in his sleeves. The water still held a faint chakra sheen, like a ghost of light on the surface. Hinata-sama knelt a little behind him, on a cushion. She wore a simple yukata, bandages visible under the loosened collar and around her wrists. She shouldn't have been upright. Her hands were cupped, palms facing each other, a sphere of chakra suspended between them, unsteady, pulsing, but there. I knelt where custom dictates, not quite beside her, not quite behind him. Hayashi-sama, I said. He didn't look away from the basin. You're late. My apologies. The medic Nin insisted on a second scan. A non-committal sound. Sit. I did. Movement sent a spear of pain through my side. I held my expression still anyway. It felt different, kneeling like this now that I knew. Now that I'd seen Hisashi-sama's handwriting and heard his real last words from Hayashi's mouth, not some dressed-up lie about Kumo diplomacy. On the surface of the water, my own match replayed. Lee dropping his weights. My smirk when I thought I understood the extent of his hard work. The moment that confidence shattered and I realized if I didn't use Kaiten, he would break me. The pulse of low-grade genjutsu I'd threaded into my strikes, the way it barely slowed him. It cut to Lee lying in a broken heap, and me barely standing. I didn't look away. You were reckless, Hayashi said finally. His tone was calm, not condemning. Just stating. I adapted, I answered. Or I would be dead. I'm not speaking of your use of Kaiten, he replied. That was inevitable, once he opened the gates. I'm speaking of your decision to drag the match out after you had already proved your point. His eye flicked toward me. You knew how much damage he was doing to himself, Hayashi said. And you still met him halfway. The words caught for a moment. Old habits, excuse, deflect, bite back. I pushed them aside. There was no point pretending, not with him. I thought I did, I said. I thought I had calculated it correctly. Part of me, I grimaced. Part of me wanted him to see that no matter how he clawed upwards, there was still a wall he couldn't climb. And another part, Hayashi said, didn't want him to fall. I didn't answer. On the water, the image jumped. Gaara's sand engulfing the rain genin, Amaya's teammate. The way it gagged him before he could even scream. Sand pulsing, then compressing. Bones turning into paste inside a living coffin. Hinata's chakra sphere trembled. She steadied it with a small breath. The Sandaime is dead, Hayashi said, still watching the basin. Orochimaru moves. The council gnaws its own tail. Anbiyu prowl. Foreign eyes count every crack in our walls. He turned slightly, enough that I could see his profile. In such a world, he went on, the Hyuga's value is not simply our taijutsu. It is how we make others hesitate. I followed his gaze back to the water as it shifted again, Naruto's match with the sand girl. Wind tearing up tiles. A mid-sized toad taking the hit of that weasel's scythe wind. Naruto dropping out of a substitution midair and snapping Temari's guard apart in 3 clean movements. "Look at him," Hayashi said. "I saw enough in the forest," I muttered. The memory of that cloak, the way chakra itself had felt wrong, rose unbidden. "And today," he said. "He is dangerous," Hayashi agreed. "But not because he shouts and swings swords. Kyuubi makes him a threat. His choices will decide whether he becomes a disaster or a shield." Disaster. Shield. Not. Boy. "And Gaara?" I asked. "The other side of that coin," Hayashi said. "A Jinchuriki used as a knife until the handle rots away." The image flickered once more, a Maya's match. Mud becoming a dragon's head, Genjutsu laid over it like mist. Shino moving correctly, logically, and still losing because he marked the wrong target at the start. "Her chakra is wrong for rain," I said. "Too dense. Too rooted. A false headband and decent acting can take you far," Hayashi replied. "Until they can't. We treat her as we treat all unknowns, as a threat until proven otherwise." He finally turned fully to face me. Hinata's chakra sphere dimmed a fraction as his attention shifted. She bowed her head slightly but didn't stop. "When I showed you your father's scroll," Hayashi said, "I did not do it out of guilt." I met his eyes. The old bitterness wanted to rise. Fate seal branch. All those words I had cut myself on for years. But it hit something softer now, dulled by the memory of Hinata's shaking voice in the Hokumai mines, standing between me and Akumo Jonin's lightning web and saying clan and village before me, including him. "I know," I said quietly. "You did it because you needed me to stop wasting myself on a fight I couldn't win." His mouth curved in something that wasn't quite a smile, but wasn't cold either. "Hisashi chose," he said. "He chose Konoha over himself. Over you. That is not a story people like to hear. They prefer simple villains. It makes living with their own compromises easier." He glanced at Hinata. "And she chose," he added, "to run into a lightning net for you, knowing it might cripple her beyond repair." "I told her not to," I said. The words came out sharper than intended. "She did it anyway. That is what it means to be Hyuga," Hayashi said. "It is not the name. Not the main house versus the branch. It is standing between Konoha and whatever comes for its throat. Sometimes that means dying. Sometimes it means living with chains. Sometimes it means letting people hate you because they cannot stand to know what really keeps them safe." He looked down at my forehead protector, at the seal beneath it that would never fade. "You have stopped screaming at the cage, Niji," he said. "Good. Screaming wastes breath. But you still look at it as if it is the only thing that defines you. What else is there?" I asked before I could stop myself. The question sounded less venomous than it used to. More tired. "The rest of you," he said simply. "Your eyes. Your mind. Your fists. The fear your name puts in enemies who have never even seen you fight. That is the point of the Hyuga in this village. We are meant to be a wall. Not an ornament at festivals." He nodded toward Hinata again. "The world believes we are purely a taijutsu clan," he went on. "Byakugan strikes to the tenketsu. Clean, neat, close-range killing. That is the story we let them tell. The truth is less tidy." He gestured at the sphere between her hands. "Chakra shape manipulation. Projection. Fields. Rotations that are more ninjutsu than gentle fist. Hinata is experimenting. Seeing what happens when you push the Byakugan beyond what the manuals say." Hinata flushed faintly but didn't look up. The sphere pulsed, then flattened slightly, becoming more disc than ball, a thin ring of light between her palms. For a moment it held, humming. "If she perfects that," Hayashi said, "she will be able to seal or blunt tenketsu at a distance. Support fire that looks like nothing at all until an enemy's arm doesn't respond. My fingers tightened on my knees. Distant tenketsu suppression, combined with the genjutsu I'd slipped into my strikes against Lee. With rotation fields that could be projected instead of spun around the body. You are thinking ahead, Hayashi said. He never needed the Byakugan to read my face. Good. But not for the preliminaries. Not yet. And me? I asked. Beyond being a wall in the arena. You, he said, have already started blending what you saw of my private training with what you stole watching Hinata's. That Ryokusho variant you tried on Lee? Improvised. Not in the scroll. I inclined my head. That had been reckless inspiration in the moment. Adapt the standard 8 trigrams 64 palms into a heavier, crushing form. It had nearly killed him. And me. You shouldn't have used it on a comrade at that level, he said. But the technique itself is useful. Refine it. Make it something that says Hyuga from a distance. The kind of thing that makes people in other villages rethink provoking us. The seal under my Hittite pulsed, a familiar pressure. In public, it was a brand. Here, in a quiet room with only Hayashi and Hinata watching, it felt like something else as well, a mark that said you are one of ours, and you move when the clan moves. War is coming, Hayashi said at last. The Hokage is dead. Danzo will move pieces in the dark. Jiraiya and Tsunade will drag their own storms in with them. Kumo and Iwa are watching. Akatsuki tests the edges. In such a time, the difference between branch and main is irrelevant to anyone who wants us all dead. I thought of Hakumai again, of Hinata's body jerking under the lightning net because she had decided my life was worth that risk. Of Naruto standing, cracked and burning red, screaming at Gaara that he'd kill him if he hurt his friends. Of how I'd called that fate, and still walked away alive because two different people chose otherwise. What do you want me to do? I asked. No drama. Just the question. He studied me for a heartbeat. Train, he said. Harder but smarter. You will face Haruno Sakura in the finals. She is unstable, but not stupid. Root-tainted if my informants are correct. She will aim to cripple, not simply win. Do not underestimate her. He lifted his chin toward the basin once more. The water shifted, not to any of the matches, but to a wider view of the stadium. The foreign teams clustered along the rail. And remember, he said, when you stand there next month, you are not just a boy fighting a girl he happens to dislike, or a genius proving himself. You are the Hyuga the world sees. Make sure they see what we choose to be. My chest tightened. The ache in my ribs had a different edge now. I bowed my head. Yes, Hayashi-sama. Between his hands, Hinata's chakra construct flickered, then suddenly tightened into a clean ring of light spanning from palm to palm. It held for a full breath before shattering into harmless sparks. Jiga, she whispered to herself. For the first time all evening, I let myself look at her fully. She caught my gaze, startled, then smiled, a small, uncertain thing, but real. Nijianai-san, she said softly. I recorded all the matches. I could share the mirror with you later if you want. To analyze opponents for the finals. Old me would have sneered. Or turned away. Or snapped something about fate and wasted effort. I inclined my head instead. That would be useful, I said. Thank you, Hinata-sama. Her eyes widened, then warmed. Hayashi watched both of us. If he was pleased, he hid it the way Hyuga always hide everything. Very well, he said. Rest, both of you. Tomorrow, we start planning in earnest. For the finals, and for whatever comes after. I rose carefully, ribs protesting, and stepped back from the Engawa. The seal on my forehead pulsed under the metal of my Hittite. It still felt like a cage. But for the first time, it also felt like something else. Like a mark on a piece that had finally realized which side of the board it was on, and that there were more moves to learn than the clan's manuals had ever written down. Across town, outside the hospital entrance. Seen scarecrows and sand coffins, POV, Shino. Konoha Hospital steps. The hospital courtyard lamps hum at a very specific pitch. I sit on the bench beneath them and listen to that instead of to my own thoughts. My Kikaichu are restless under my skin, picking up the residue of pain, disinfectant, worry. They like hospitals even less than I do. Footsteps. Heavy, careless, too loud for Ambu, too light for an armored jonin. Kinda creepy when you just sit there like a scarecrow, you know. Kiba mutters, dropping down beside me with all the subtlety of a falling boulder. Akamaru hops up onto the bench between us, warm fur pressing against my thigh. Kiba, I acknowledge. He smells of antiseptic and faint singed hair. There's a bruise under one eye from Ino's fist, another on his throat where his own hand nearly crushed his windpipe under her control. He leans back and stares up at the sky. The lamps throw pale rings in his pupils. Can't sleep, he says. Every time I close my eyes I see sand crunching a guy like a rice cracker and you getting turned into mud. That was not me, I say automatically. It was a clone. Yeah? He waves a hand. Point stands. We sit in silence for a moment. Akamaru makes small snuffling noises, then rests his head on my knee. I scratch behind his ear. It calms both of us. I misjudged her, I say finally. Kiba snorts. You think? I do not mean just Amaya, I clarify. Saying the name feels strange. It is not the one on her papers, but it is the one everyone is using now. I misjudged the entire situation. That is problematic. For a guy whose whole thing is calculating stuff, yeah? He tilts his head. What part exactly? I watch my own hands, fingers steepled loosely. I assumed, I say, that once I had marked her with a female Kikaichu, the battle was effectively solved. That I had perfect tracking on the real target. I built all my decisions on that premise. And she tagged you instead, Kiba says. Or rather, the fake her did. And the real one sat in the rock and waited for you to hang yourself. Correct. My jaw tightens a fraction. My logic chain was sound, I say. My initial data was not. That is the error. Kiba is quiet for a beat longer than usual. When he speaks again, his voice is less flippant. So what? You're mad because you lost? He asks. Or mad because you were wrong? They are not the same, I reply. Losing is acceptable. Statistically inevitable, in fact, over a long enough timeline. Being wrong at the root of your own reasoning is something else. I fold my hands in my lap. It means, I say slowly, that I have been trusting the wrong variables. About her, Kiba says. Or other stuff? He's not stupid. Lazy, impulsive, loud. But not stupid. About Gaara, I say. About Naruto. About people like them. He shifts uncomfortably, shoulders hunching. I saw Gaara in the forest. I continue. I saw Naruto's cloak. I felt what the insects felt, revulsion, instinctive recoil. I told myself the logical utilitarian solution was eliminating the most unstable weapon before it became impossible. That was Gaara. Yeah, Kiba mutters. And you weren't wrong. Guy's a walking slaughterhouse. Perhaps, I allow. But I also assumed Naruto was simply a different kind of risk. A delayed one. That given enough stress, he would become functionally identical, a catastrophe waiting for the right trigger. It was neat mathematically. I exhale. Neat models are seductive, I admit. I grouped them together because they both carry monsters. I did not give enough weight to the person wrapped around the seal. And now? Kiba asks. I think of Naruto standing there after Temari fell, chest heaving, eyes still human. Of the way he looked at Gaara, not as a trophy to be broken, but as something he could have been. Now I have witnessed him make choices. I say. Strategic ones. He restrained himself against Gaara. He showed mercy knowing it could be exploited later. He protected Ino, Shikamaru, the crowd, the village's reputation. He did not lean on that power in the prelims despite clear opportunities to end things faster. Maybe he just didn't need to, Kiba says. Temari's tough, but she's not a desert demon. That is one interpretation, I say. Another is that he is actively avoiding opening that door except under extreme conditions. That his default state is to keep the village safe even from himself. Kiba makes a low sound. You're saying, he says, that maybe he's more stable than Gaara. That you lump them together because they both have monsters inside, but you didn't weigh the person part right. Yes. I stare straight ahead. Which means my earlier recommendation, to remove Gaara by any means necessary, even if it ruined Naruto's moral position, was based on incomplete modeling. I was prepared to spend his reputation as if it were a resource we owned. That is, not as logical as I believed. I pause. And I did not notice until today. I add. That is what disturbs me. Kiba blinks at me. You're freaked out because you were biased. I do not like that word. Tough. He nudges my shoulder with his. Look, Shino. You're a human, not a calculator. Our clans drill stuff into our heads. Inuzuka instincts scream predator at Naruto's fox stink. I still feel it. He grimaces, scratching Akamaru's scruff. Part of me wants to growl or run when he leaks chakra, he says. But you do not, I point out. Because the rest of me remembers the Hakumai tunnels, he says. Kumo Jonin lights up the world with killer lightning, Lee's about to get roasted, and Naruto, who doesn't even like him that much, jumps in front of it anyway. Then he stands there between all of us and her with that cloak on and still manages to stop before he snaps her neck. His mouth twists. Whatever else he is, Kiba says, that counts. I consider that. The corner of my mouth moves, just slightly. Apparently not, I say. Not automatically. Kiba laughs short and sharp. So we fix it, he says. That's what training is, yeah? Figure out where you suck, then suck less. Crude, I say. Accurate. We sit together for a few breaths, hospital sounds drifting through the open windows behind us. About Naruto, I say. We should probably not tell him any of this. Kiba barks a genuine laugh at that. Hell no. Last thing that idiot needs is more pressure. He's already trying to carry the whole village on his back. If he knew you'd put him in the same box as Gaara before today, he'd either brewed himself sick or tried to prove you wrong so hard he'd do something stupid. Agreed, I concede. Our adjustment does not require his awareness. Akamaru yawns and noses my hand again. I scratch under his jaw. Kiba, I say. Yeah? I was unfair to you as well. The words feel strange in my mouth, but not wrong. I dismiss your instincts as primitive, I say. I questioned your judgment about Naruto because it was emotional. But you acted on incomplete data, just as I did. The difference is that you were willing to revise based on new evidence before I was. He stares at me, eyes wide. Did you just say I was right about something before you were? He demands. I said no such thing, I reply. I said you were less wrong. He bursts out laughing, loud enough that a nurse leans out a window to shush us. Fine, fine, he says, rubbing his eyes. Look, man. We're a team. Hinata's upstairs because she stepped in front of a kill shot on that last mission. You almost got turned into stone dust by that rain girl. I nearly got my own throat ripped out showing off in front of Ino. We all screwed up somewhere. Next time there may not be a margin for error, I say. The Sandaime is gone. Suna brought their monster to our doorstep. Aim's team is opaque. Other villages and missing Nin will smell weakness and circle, like vultures over a carcass. Our window to adjust is narrow. Kiba sobers at that, jaw tightening. Then we start now, he says. You do your bug nerd thinking. I'll keep my nose open. We treat Naruto like what he is, teammate first, natural disaster second. And when things go bad, because they will, he doesn't bother to pretend otherwise. We make sure we're standing on his side of the line. I nod once. Yes, I say. That would be logical. The lamps keep humming. The night smells faintly of rain. For the first time since Amaya's naginata stopped inches from my throat, the buzzing under my skin begins to settle. Underneath the Hokage Tower, in a room that still smelled faintly of old tobacco. Scene: History and Stains and Seals, POV Danzo. Council Antechamber/Root Chamber. Shortly after the Council of Flame bunker meeting, while Jiraiya and Tsunade are still out in the field. They have cleaned the blood from the stone, but I can still see it. Old habit. You learn to read a room in stains and burn marks after enough decades in ANBU shadows. This chamber has seen more history than any council hall above it, and none of it is written down. Koharu stands with her back straight despite the hour, hands folded in her sleeves. Hamura sits, which is unusual. He has always preferred to loom. Age presses on all of us. Sarutobi most of all. Sarutobi. I push the name aside and focus on the documents on the low table between us. Seals, signatures, the daimyo's wax crest still cooling on the scroll that names Tsunade Senju as Godame Hokage. Jiraiya moved faster than I expected, Hamura says, rubbing at the bridge of his nose. We barely had time to bury Hiruzen before that fool had the daimyo on his side. Fool, Koharu repeats, but there is no conviction in it. She looks tired. The kunoichi who once bled beside us at Tobarama-sama's shoulder peeks through, just for a moment. You both signed off on Operation Seijin, I remind them. My voice comes out rougher than intended. The old wound in my chest aches more when I am irritated, the price of Hashirama's cells simmering under scar tissue. You knew the timetable. You knew Sarutobi would not step down willingly. He was sick, Koharu says sharply. Old. He would have retired within the year if you had stopped pushing. He has been within the year for the last 5. I say. And in that time we have had 1 Uchiha massacre, 2 Jinchuriki events, Hyuga kidnapping attempts, Kumo's armor program, Odo's birth, Taki's fall, Hakumai's crisis, and the Akatsuki surfacing. All while he clung to the chair and muttered about a new generation. Silence settles again. Above us, I can feel the faint vibration of ANBU patrols moving across rooftops. They step heavier since the Hokage died. They think noise will scare enemies away. It went further than it had to. Hamura murmurs. Poison and the throat, Danzo? In his office? That is not a transition. That is an execution. He died quickly, I say. More quickly than many of the children he sent to fight for his will of fire. Koharu flinches. She hides it well, but not from me. We have known each other too long. You forget, she says, voice low, that he sent us as well, once. You've held that against him since the valley. I let my fingers rest on the cane at my side. Once it was a sword hilt. Once my right arm was my sword. Now the arm is bandaged, sealed, layered with stolen muscle and eyes. Hashirama's gift, taken without his consent, because sentiment does not fortify borders. I do not forget, I say. Sarutobi was stronger than either of us, and Tobarama-sama chose him to wear the hat. We bled for that choice. We watched him drag this village out of the warring state's era's shadow and into something softer. Safer. For a time. My gaze drops briefly to the scroll with Tsunade's name. And then he refused to let go. I continue. Refused to see that the world outside was changing faster than his old bones could adapt. You saw the signs as clearly as I did. His last clearance reports were riddled with delays. He agreed to half measures and then failed to enforce them. Because you kept pushing him into corners, Hamura says. Rude, secret prisons, experiments with Orochimaru. I cut him off with a look. Do not pretend you were ignorant, I say. You both signed the budget allocations. You both attended the debriefings. The difference between us is that I did the necessary things with my own hands and let the stain rest where it belongs. Koharu's gaze sharpens. Is that what you tell yourself about Seijin? That you did Saro a favor? Yes, I answer, and there is no hesitation in it. He died in service to the village. Cleanly, without spectacle, before his illness could reduce him to a figurehead manipulated by foreign powers and ambitious children. Naruto's face rises unbidden in my mind, whisker marks, two bright eyes, chakra like a furnace barely contained. I push that aside as well. Better a controlled detonation than a structural collapse, I say. Hamura snorts. You sound like Shikaku. Shikaku lacks my resolve, I reply. He will play shogi with anyone, even the enemy. I remove pieces from the board when they become too dangerous to leave in play. Like Kabuto? Kohara asks quietly. The name sits between us like a knife. His loss was unfortunate, I admit. Kabuto was useful, talented, deniable, perfectly positioned between Orochimaru and Root. Orochimaru moved faster than anticipated. Kakashi and Anko interfered. You underestimated Hatake, Hamura says. I accounted for his skill, I correct. Not for his attachment to that boy. I allow myself one breath of irritation. Emotional decisions are always the weakest link, I say. Kohara gives me a look that is almost pitying. And yet you are the one who could not bring himself to simply poison sorrow over years, she says. Slow, plausible. You had to stage a dramatic little operation in his office. Snake venom. Root steel. Too much of Orochimaru in that for my taste. I was sending a message, I say. To him. To Orochimaru. To anyone watching from the shadows. You are Danzo, Hamura says dryly. Orochimaru thinks he owns the fear of snakes in this village, I say, ignoring him. Let him stew with that. Let Akatsuki, let the other Kage, wonder if the snake slipped in again, if Konoha is weaker than it looks. While they chase that phantom, we shore up the real gaps. By installing Tsunade, Kohara says, eyes narrowing. The woman who hates everything we've ever stood for about this village. She hates the ways in which we failed her, I correct. Her brother. Her lover. Half a generation abandoned to heroic deaths with no medical corps to save them. Her hatred is useful. Directed properly, it will force reforms Sarutobi talked about and never implemented. You intend to control her, Hamura says. Not a question. I do not bother to lie. She will make a better shield than I would, in my present condition, I say, tapping the cane against the stone. The daimyo will not accept me. The clans would not follow me openly. They have grown too used to soft hands. But they will rally behind a senju, especially one who throws her fist into any problem she sees. I let my thoughts move one step further. And she knew the Uzumaki woman. Through Mito. Through Minato. Tsunade will look at the Jinchuriki and see more than a weapon. She will see the child of a comrade. That sentiment will make her predictable, and make him easier to anchor. And behind her? Kohara asks. Behind her, I say. We rebuild the parts of this village that keep it alive when fists are not enough. Umbu. Intelligence. Root. Root is officially disbanded, Hamura reminds me. Officially, I echo. We all know what that word means. I adapt. I have been adapting since before you both could hold a kunai. Koharu exhales slowly. And Naruto? She asks. You keep circling that point and never land on it, Danzo. The name again. Irritating that it keeps resurfacing. The boy is a walking disaster waiting to happen, I say. We have 3 Jinchuriki within Konoha's walls right now. Ours. Suna's. Whatever that rain girl truly is. Akatsuki is moving. Kumo and IWA are watching. Tsunade will see him as a patient. Jiraiya as an heir. And you? Hamura presses. I see him, I say, as a variable we cannot yet solve for. Too many unknowns. His loyalty is currently to the village. To his team. To the memory of a father he does not truly know. That is useful, but fragile. Koharu's eyes narrow. You wanted him controlled, she says softly. You still do. I want him anchored, I answer. Controlled is crude. Anchors are better. Friendships. Obligations. A Hokage he admires. Missions that make him feel necessary. I let the next thought sit where only I can hear it. The more threads tied to him, the more hands on the leash if he turns. If Uzumaki surrounds himself with comrades, mentors, perhaps even family someday, each one becomes both a shield and a pressure point. No one bites the hand that feeds them without glancing at the hands holding everything they care about. Hamura looks at me like I have grown a second head. Since when do you speak in terms of friendship? He asks. Since I watched Uchiha Itachi slaughter his clan to prevent a war, then walk into the arms of Akatsuki because we gave him nowhere else to stand, I say. Naruto could become another Itachi, or another Madara, if we mishandle him. Or he could become the shield that lets us survive what is coming. I would prefer the latter. Koharu is quiet for a long moment. You regret Saru, she says suddenly. I feel the old heat spike in my chest. Not anger. Not exactly. I regret, I say slowly, that he made it necessary. I regret that he forced my hand by refusing to choose a successor before his body failed. I regret that the boy with the pipe and the too-wide smile became a man who could not see past his own nostalgia. I close my eye briefly. But I do not regret ensuring Konoha will still be here when the next storm hits. I finish. He would not either, if he were honest. Koharu's mouth twists. Ever the generous friend. Friendship is irrelevant, I say. Outcomes are what matter. I rest my hand flat on the daimyo-esque scroll. Tsunade returns, I say. She will roar and threaten to tear this village apart. Jiraiya will grin and pretend his hands are not as bloody as ours. The clans will posture. Akatsuki will probe. Suna and Sound will play their games. We will let them. And when the moment comes? Hamura asks. When the moment comes, I say, we will already have our pieces in place. The village will think it is the will of fire that saved them. They can keep their stories. I let my eye travel once around the chamber, taking in the scrubbed floor, the faint ghost of blood that only I seem to see. We, I finish, will know better. Koharu and Hamura exchange a glance. They have always spoken best in looks. It used to irritate me when we were younger. Now it is just another tool. At least, Koharu says finally, do not make siegen a habit. I huff something that might, in a more sentimental man, be a laugh. Even I say, do not have enough old friends left to kill. The silence that follows is not quite agreement. But it is close enough. We have a village to prepare. In a jonin bar with bad lighting and good privacy seals. Scene assets on the board, kids in the crosshairs, POV, Kurenai. Late at night, jonin lounge. By the time I slid the jonin lounge door open, the village felt like it was holding its breath. No Hokage on the tower yet, just the promise of a senju on the way. Anbyu on every other rooftop. And in here, just 3 silhouettes, and the smell of old smoke. Asuma occupied the center table, jacket unzipped, cigarette burning down between his fingers. Kakashi leaned against the window frame, one heel hooked on the sill, hands in his pockets. Anko was perched on the counter like a bored snake, legs swinging, a half-chewed dango stick hanging from her mouth. The overhead lights were off. Only the kettle lamp was on, circling the room in warm yellow. I shut the door quietly. Looks like I wasn't the only one Shikaku grabbed, I said. Asuma snorted. He didn't grab, he muttered. He suggested we meet. In that way where you know it's really in order. That's Shikaku, Kakashi said mildly. He calls it distributed load-bearing. Anko rolled her eyes. He could just say I'm busy babysitting the council and waiting for the new Hokage to arrive, so you watch the brats, she said. Save everyone some time. I crossed to the kettle, poured tea because it gave my hands something to do, then took the chair opposite Asuma. Up close, he looked worse than in the arena, jaw shadowed, eyes red-rimmed. The line of his shoulders said he hadn't slept. We're all thinking the same thing, I said. Third's dead. Daimyo stamped Tsunade-sama's name on the hat. She's still days away. Suna and whoever they've dragged along are already inside our walls. And our genin are in the middle. Kakashi tipped his head, eye curving faintly. You skipped to the end of the mission brief, he said. But yes. That's the shape of it. Anko hopped down from the counter. So let's do this properly, she said. Treat it like what it is, a long, messy mission with too many unknowns and 4 squads of half-trained little assets who think they're immortal. Asuma managed a humorless smile. Kids as mission parameters, he said. Father would have loved that phrasing. Naruto already thinks in those terms, Kakashi pointed out. He just counts himself as expendable too often. The name shifted something in the air between us. I set my cup down. Forest of Death first, I said. That's where everything really surfaced. Asuma leaned back, exhaling smoke toward the ceiling. Kabuto revealed, Anko nearly dead, 1 Jinchuriki cloak, 1 pseudo Shikaku, 1, whatever that in girl is, he said. For a second phase exam. Anko's mouth pulled sideways. I read the ANBU logs and the med reports, she said. Lee breaking himself on Niji, Naruto and Gaara turning half the forest into a crater. Whatever we call it, this isn't kids playing ninja anymore. Not for them. Which is why Shikaku wants us aligned, Kakashi said. Bunker meetings can talk doctrine until they're blue. We're the ones with our hands actually on the pieces. Pieces. Not children. It was easier to breathe if I framed it that way, and harder at the same time. Asuma tapped ash into an overfull tray. Start with the Jinchuriki, he said. Naruto, Gaara. Amaya, probably. Then we work our way down. Kakashi's eye flicked my way. You're the one who's had Naruto in your squad the longest, Kurinai, he said. Mine's Hakumai. How do you mark him, if you strip out sentiment? It was a clinical question. I answered clinically. High value, high risk asset, I said. Primary strengths, absurd stamina, clone volume, practical creativity. Proven willingness to body block lethal force for comrades. I thought of the tunnels in Hakumai. Lightning turning rock to glass, Lee dead on his feet, Naruto shoving himself into the path of Akumo Jonin's jutsu anyway. Primary risks, I went on, are the Kyuubi's emotional triggers, guilt fixation on past failures, and a tendency to throw himself at problems instead of sideways around them. Asuma nodded slowly. Fits what I've seen, he said. He's central to my kids now whether I like it or not. Shikamaru already plans around him. Ino. His mouth twitched. She trusts him more than she trusts half our colleagues. That's both liability and asset, Anko said. If he cracks, their first instinct will be to run toward the cloak, not away. Her eyes narrowed. So you drill them on when not to follow Sarutobi. I intend to, Asuma said dryly. Kakashi folded his arms. For Naruto himself, my priorities are simple, he said. 1. More seal literacy. Enough that he understands why we keep talking about emotional control instead of just having him grit his teeth. 2. Fallback patterns he can run even half-conscious. Things he can do without thinking that don't involve clawing until something stops moving. 3. Make him feel like the finals are a mission, not a stage. Mission objective? I asked. Containment, Kakashi said bluntly. Win if possible, survive regardless, minimal collateral. He'll want to prove himself. I'll beat that out of him in training if I have to. Anko smirked faintly. There's the Kakashi I remember, she murmured. Gaara next, Asuma said. Because he's Ino's opponent whether we like it or not. No one said. And because if he loses control, the stadium becomes a graveyard. We were all thinking it. Kakashi's gaze turned distant. Autodefense sand, partial Shikaku manifestations, unstable emotional baseline, he recited. Our old files from Suna say loyal weapon. Inbu from the forest say barely leashed catastrophe. And Ino is... Ino, I said quietly. Strong, But she is not built to trade blows with a bijou. Then she doesn't, Asuma said. For the first time tonight, his voice had some steel in it. I'm not training her to beat Gaara. That's fantasy. I'm training her to read him faster, abuse terrain, use Yamanaka techniques in ways that don't leave her body waiting to be crushed while her mind wanders. He rubbed his beard with 2 fingers. Short-range mind spikes, sensory disruption, coordinated signals with the proctors so they know when to step in. And an exit plan, Anko said. Teach her that losing early and alive is a valid result. He grimaced but didn't disagree. As for Gaara himself, Kakashi added, he's Suna's problem until he stops being under their control. Our job, if you want to call it that, is to keep him from turning into our problem on live broadcast. Which is why there'll be at least 2 ANBU on sand duty in the stands, Anko said. Not that they'll admit it in the program. Amaya, I said next. All 3 of them looked up. You saw Shino's fight, I went on. Genjutsu misdirection, Doton clones, staying 1 layer away from any direct exchange. Chakra that feels off. Not like Naruto's, but not normal either. And her sensei let a teammate die to confirm a theory. We don't know she's a Jinchuriki, Asuma said. We don't, Kakashi agreed. We know Shino's Kakachu don't like her. We know she thinks in terms of reports, not glory. We know she'll treat Naruto as a live test, not a friendly spar. His eye slid to me. Which means, he said, I prepare him as if he's walking into an assassination attempt disguised as a match. And you expect him to buy that? Anko asked. I expect him to understand it's possible, Kakashi said. He's not the academy prankster anymore. He's seen enough. If she turns out to be only a highly trained foreign genin, good. He still needs to learn to fight people who don't show their hand until it's too late. And if she's like him? I asked. Or like Gaara? Then we adapt, he said simply. We aren't their therapists. We're Konoha Jonin. Our mandate is to keep this village standing and as many of our own alive as we can. There it was, the line. Not unkind. Just clear. We might as well talk about the rest of ours, Asuma said. Shikamaru, Ino, your kids. I nodded. Hinata first, I said. She's not in the finals, but she's part of what happens afterward. I pictured her in the Hyuga compound garden, injured hands hovering over leaves, trying again and again to mold chakra just so. She needs confidence that isn't martyrdom, I said. Hakumai proved she's willing to run into a lightning net if she thinks it will save Niji. The impulse is good. The execution will get her killed. So you push her on small, controllable wins, Kakashi said. No more jump in front of the attack as a first option. And I make sure Niji and Kiba don't protect her by shoving her to the back forever, I said. They need to learn to lean with her, not around her. Asuma raised a brow. Kiba. Loud, teeth bared, still smelling faintly of fear every time Naruto walked too close. He needs to separate instinct from judgment, I said. His nose tells him Naruto is predator. Gaara is predator. He's not wrong. But if he acts on that alone, he'll lose pack mates. I'm going to start drilling him on scenarios where his gut reaction is bait. Make him think twice before he calls someone a monster, Anko muttered. Good. And Shino? Asuma asked. That one hurt more. Shino has built his whole worldview around logic and distance, I said. Hakumai cracked it a little. Losing to Amaya cracked it more. He's seeing that his Kikaichu aren't infallible and that his remove the dangerous element early instinct might not always be possible. I tapped my cup. I'm going to push him into leadership positions he can't retreat from, I said. Force him to factor human variables into his equations. Harsh, Asuma said. Necessary, I replied. As for my brats, Asuma said, scrubbing his face with both hands. Shikamaru first. Hokage, help me. He already talks like an advisor, I pointed out. I heard what he told Naruto before his match. We can't let Lee's stunt and Niji's ego ruin the village's reputation. That's not academy thinking. Asuma's mouth twitched. Yeah, I know, he said. Problem is, he still tries to pretend it's all too troublesome so nobody expects anything of him. In a normal year I'd let him hide a while longer. He gestured toward the window. This isn't a normal year. So don't let him, Anko said. Give him problems only he can solve. Make it his job to think 3 moves ahead for his team. They sink or swim on whether he stops coasting. Asuma sighed. Already planning to, he said. Kankuro's a puppeteer. Poison, traps, delayed attacks. I'm going to have Shikamaru study every puppet file we have and then run him through drills until he can choke 3 different shadow routes in his sleep. If he loses that match because he was lazy, I'll hit him? Kakashi suggested. You can say it. I do it to Naruto all the time. Asuma huffed. I was going to say have a stern talk. He lied. And Ino? I asked. His eyes softened a fraction. She has the opposite problem, he said. Heart first, tactic second. Wants to help everyone, fix everything. That's why she grew so attached to Naruto. He's built the same way underneath all the noise. He looked down at his hands. I'll be teaching her where to draw lines, he said. How far you can stretch to save someone before you break your whole team. And more short-range mental tricks so she doesn't have to leave her body hanging in the open like bait. Anko grinned. Good. Maybe I'll throw in a class on creative use of poisons so she stops thinking Yamanaka only means mind puppet. Niji and Sakura, I said at last. Match 1. The room cooled. Guy's boy with a grudge against fate and a lethal close-range skill set, Asuma summarized. Against a root-trained kunoichi who just cooked his teammate in front of everyone. Anko's eyes narrowed at the memory. That girl, she said, voice flattening. Chains, genjutsu, 0 hesitation. That wasn't rage. That was tidying up. Kakashi's posture shifted just slightly, like a man balancing on a blade. I don't like how she fights, he said. Not the style. The calculus. But she's ours, technically. That means we don't get to pretend she doesn't exist. We factor her in. Niji too, I said. She's already shown him the truth about the clan. Hinata threw herself into a lightning jutsu for him in Hakumai. He's changing, but not enough that I'd put him alone in a room with someone who sees teammates as acceptable sacrifices. So we don't, Anko said. We make sure the proctors for that match are sharp. Ginma's good, but I'll be on the rail for that one. If either of them goes for a kill after clear victory, I'll end it. Guy's already breathing down my neck about Lee, Asuma added. He won't tolerate accidents with Niji. And what does Niji need? Kakashi asked, glancing at me. Niji was technically under my umbrella now. A reason to believe that being a Hyuga weapon doesn't have to mean being a butcher, I said. I'll see to it he trains with Hinata where Hayashi can see. That he remembers what he almost lost. Anko whistled softly. That's a lot of homework, she said. For all of us. That's why we're here, I reminded her. We sat in silence for a few moments, each following our own trains of thought out past the walls, to the arena, the stands, the kids on the edge of something they didn't fully understand. Shikaka said one more thing before I left, Asuma said finally. About scope. He stared at the table. He said, we can't fix the whole village in a month. We can decide what the genin under us see when they look up. Kakashi's eye curved. That sounds like him, he said. Delegating the soul of the village to whoever happens to be holding the chalk that day. Anko snorted. Soul of the village, she echoed. I thought we just taught kids to stab better. We teach them what's worth stabbing for, I said, surprising myself. 3 sets of eyes turned my way. I held their gazes. We're not priests, I said. We don't owe Gaara or Amaya kindness. We owe Konoha survival. But if we only ever teach our own to see Jinchuriki and clan heirs and root operatives as tools. I let the sentence hang. We all knew where it ended. Then the next generation of Danzo writes itself. Asuma finished quietly. He let out a breath. Fine, he said. Here's my consensus. Until Tsunade-sama is actually back in the tower, wearing the hat and writing policy herself, the kids are our mission. We keep them alive. We make them competent. And where we can, we keep them from turning into the worst of what we've seen. Kakashi pushed off the wall, stretching his shoulders. I can live with that, he said. I'll tell Naruto the finals are a mission with multiple objectives: protect, survive, and give our guests fewer reasons to fear him than they already have. Enko flicked her dango stick into the trash. I'll put together a ways your opponent will cheat to kill you seminar, she said. Make them all attend. Even the Hyuga. Especially the Hyuga. I picked up my tea again. It had gone cold, but I didn't mind. Then we're agreed, I said. Until Tsunade-sama is back in the tower and the dust settles, we're the stopgap. We treat the next month like a joint ops shared intel. No hoarding tricks because they're not my team. Asuma gave a short nod. I'll have Shikamaru draw up schedules, he said wryly. Might as well get him used to it. Kakashi's eye crinkled. You're a cruel man, he said. Necessary, Asuma corrected. I stood, feeling the weight of the night settle differently on my shoulders, no lighter, but more directed. Outside, ANBU silhouettes shifted along the rooftops. Somewhere under those same roofs, Naruto and Hinata and Kiba and Shino and all the others were sleeping, or trying to. I slid the door open. See you on the training grounds, I said. Behind me, 3 voices answered, almost in unison. Yeah. Later still, in a cramped, windowless room with 2 white walls. Seen a knife, for now, POV Sakura. Meanwhile, beneath Konoha, Root Safe House. The air in the briefing room always smells the same. Cold stone. Ink. Old blood, sunk into the floor long enough that you can't tell where the stains end and the shadow begins. I kneel on one knee in front of him, head bowed just far enough to be respectful, not so far I can't watch his hands. Shimura Danzo doesn't move much. He never has to. Report, he says. My throat feels dry. I push the feeling aside. Feelings are noise. Forest of Death completed, I say. Kabuto Yakushi exposed and captured by Kakashi and Mitarashi. Multiple foreign teams neutralized. Gaara of the Desert is confirmed Shikaku Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto's status as Kyuubi host is now visually confirmed to all present forces. Today's preliminaries reduced the genin field to 8. And your own performance? He asks. I eliminated a Kusa genin in the forest, I say. And today, I defeated Tenten of Team Guy in the preliminaries. 1 combatant removed, 1 asset disabled for the immediate future. I remain combat capable. I am slated to face Hyuga Niji in the finals. He watches me in silence. With anyone else, that would feel like reprieve. With him, it means I've said something he doesn't like and he hasn't decided how to correct it yet. Look at me, he says. I raise my head. His one visible eye is half-lidded, as if everything bores him. It never does. You indulged yourself in that match, he says. My fingers curl against my knee. Tenten struck first, I say. She targeted my nose, my face, deliberately. She invoked Sasuke-kun with the express purpose of destabilizing me. I responded in kind. Yes, Danzo says. You responded exactly as she wanted you to. Loudly. Messily. In front of all our allies and enemies. His eye sharpens. You displayed your chain system, your lightning modulation, and your willingness to maim a fellow Konoha genin over a personal slight. He goes on. Tell me, girl. Who gains more from that demonstration? You or them? Inner Sakura hisses at that, furious and hot. He has no idea what it's like, having her spit on Sasuke-kun's name like that, having them all look at us like we're the monster and the fox isn't. Danzo-sama, I say aloud, forcing my voice to stay flat. My primary objective was survival. Secondary objective, eliminate a potential threat before she could target my blind spots again. The pain she experienced was incidental. He taps his fingers once on the arm of his chair. You are not here to survive, he says. You are here to be useful. The two are related, but not the same. Silence thickens between us. He breaks it first. We will adjust, he says. You will not use that level of visible force on Leaf assets again unless there is a clear political or strategic benefit. I do not care if Teen Guy weeps for their crippled little weapon. I care that Jonin begin asking questions about where you learned to conduct a structured electro-torture sequence at 15. My stomach goes cold. Yes, Danzo-sama. Good. His eye narrows. Now. The Jinchuriki. Of course. Gara of Suna. I begin. Sand auto-defense. Murderous instability. No hesitation to kill an opponent after verbal surrender. As a weapon, he's useful until he slips the leash completely. Then he's a liability even to his own village. Danzo's mouth twitches, almost a smile. Like most monsters, he says. And Uzumaki? The name tastes bitter. Sloppy, I say. Loud. Still leaning on clones and raw force. But intelligent under that. He used terrain, substitution, summoning, and wind manipulation in tandem against the Sand Kunoichi. He held back enough not to kill her when he easily could have. That mercy won him points with Suna's siblings, and with our own Jonin watching. My hand tightens on my knee. He killed Sasuke-kun. I add low. And they still talk about him like he's the victim. Inner Sakura whispers, savage and satisfied, we should have finished him when we had the chance. Poison kunai, something quiet. Danzo watches my face. You hate him, he observes. Not a question. Yes, I say. No point lying. Not here. Good, he says. Emotion is a tool. As long as you hold it, and not the other way around. He leans back a fraction. Remember this, he says. Monsters are useful until they aren't. The Hokage let the Nine Tails live in that boy because he believed in ideals. Now he is dead, and the boy remains. His bandaged hand lifts slightly. Tsunade will see a patient, he goes on. Jiraiya will see an heir. They will try to shape him. If they succeed, we adapt. If they fail, his elimination will be necessary. Either way, you will continue to observe. Close, but not close enough for him to notice the knife. The idea of being ordered closer to Naruto makes my skin crawl. He already thinks I'm a traitor, I say. He despises me. That makes proximity complicated. Then you will use intermediaries, Danzo replies. Your former classmates. The Yamanaka girl. The Nara boy. Even that obnoxious Inuzuka, if necessary. His eye stays on mine. I do not require you to like him, Haruno, he says. I require you to understand him well enough to predict his failure. Every bond he forms is both shield and leash. The more people he values, the more pressure points the village has if he bites. Inner Sakura smirks at that. Good. Let him drown in precious people. If he ever turns, they'll be the ones dragged under first. My main self stays very still. Understood, I say. Danzo's eye flicks once toward the ceiling, as if he can see the whole village through the stone. The council is skittish after Seijin, he says. The fire daimyo has already been steered towards Senju Tsunade as a replacement. Jiraiya circles. Inbyu hunt for traitors in the snake's wake. For now, root goes to ground. We will not survive another purge if we are careless. His gaze drops back to me like a seal. You, he says, are my piece on the genin board. Do not squander that position over personal grudges. He shifts, just enough to make his arm straps creak. Hyuga Niji will test you, he says. Use that match to learn him. Damage him if you can. But if the choice is between revealing too much and winning the bout, you will lose. Are we clear? Yes, Danzo-sama. I say. Good. You are dismissed. I rise, bow, and turn to leave. The stone corridors swallow the echo of my steps as I move back toward the surface hatch. Inner Sakura hums in my head, restless. He thinks we're a piece, she says. Naruto's a time-delayed explosive tag. Gaara's a butcher knife. Amaya's a ghost. Everyone's something on someone's board. I know. I murmur under my breath. So? She presses. What are we? We reach the ladder. I climb. The hatch opens. Night air washes over me, smoke and leaves and distant laughter from people who haven't watched anyone bleed today. A knife, I say finally. For now. Inner Sakura leans into it. And later? I step out into the dark street and pull the hatch shut behind me. Later, I say. We'll see who's still standing. Hatred coils warm and clean in my gut. Not just for Naruto. For all of them. For a village that let him exist and then looked at me like I was the unnatural thing. If Danzo wants Naruto left alive for now, fine. Orders are orders. But if the day ever comes when those orders change, I'll be ready. Scene, one line at a time, POV Naruto. Naruto's apartment, late night. The apartment still smelled faintly like hospital soap and singed stone. I'd actually cleaned the table. That still felt like a minor miracle. Empty ramen cups stacked by the trash, crumbs wiped off, circular stains scrubbed until the wood showed through. In the middle, on the only clear patch, lay the scroll. The outer sealing tag was already broken. You could still see the faint smear where my blood had sunk into the ink back in the Hokage's office, where the formula had flexed and rearranged like it had been waiting for me and no one else. No. Maybe it's a trick. Left after that. Just this. Uzumaki Kushina, personal notes. I rested my forearms on my knees and stared at it. I'd opened the first layer right after the forest. Read some notes. Practice sheets. Doodles. A cramped little sketch of the Hokage monument where the forest's face wasn't finished yet. Then the memory of Gaara's sand had slammed into the memory of my own cloak, and I'd shut the scroll so fast the seal almost sparked. Since then, missions, funerals, mines, exams, more training. And the scroll sitting there, like a question I kept shoving to the back of the line because there was always something on fire. 3 knocks on the door. Even, spaced. Not urgent, not civilian random. Kakashi-sensei, I said before I opened it. He slid it aside and stepped in, hands in his pockets. Same slouch, hat tied at an angle, mask in place. If I didn't know better, I'd have thought he'd just gotten lost on his way to the roof. His eye swept the room once, floor, bed, table, scroll, and came back to me. You tidied, he said. I scratched my cheek. Don't make it weird. He wandered over to the counter, picked up a cup, sniffed it, decided it wouldn't kill him, and poured some water. Then he dragged the chair around backwards and sat, arms folded along the back. We sat like that for a while. Clock ticking. Pipes complaining in the wall. My bandage is itching. How's the chest? He asked eventually. Hurts, I said. Medic said I'll live? He tilted his head. She usually says that to people she expects to live. I huffed, despite myself. His eye dipped to the scroll again. So, he said quietly. How far have you gotten? I looked away. Open the first layer. I muttered. Read some notes. Practice drills. She writes a lot. And then? He prompted. And then I shut it again. I admitted. Haven't touched it since the forest. He didn't say anything to that. Just waited. The words came out before I could swallow them. She wrote that for me, I said, staring at the wood grain. Put seals on top of seals, made sure it'd only open with my blood, made the old man lock it down for 13 years, and then I go and drag a one-tail cloak out in front of half the village. The memory of Gaara's face flickered up, eyes blown wide, sand shrieking, that broken look when I said I could erase him. And a foreign Jinchuriki watching, I added, That aim girl. Amaya. Whatever her real name is. If she's anything like me, she felt it. So did Gaara. I clenched my hands. Feels like a bad joke, I said. My mother leaving me notes about seals and being stubborn and not backing down, and I'm out there proving every council member who wanted me chained up right. Kakashi's fingers tapped once on the back of the chair. Is that what you think you did? He asked. Prove them right? What else would you call it? I demanded. I almost lost it on that bridge in Wave and Sasuke died anyway. I nearly crushed Akumo Jonin's throat in Hakumai. Now the forest turns into a crater because I can't keep my temper around a sand psycho. That scroll feels like it belongs to someone else. Someone who didn't. I cut myself off. Didn't what? He said gentler now. Didn't make the same mistakes again and again. I muttered. He was quiet for a moment. Do you remember? He said. What you shouted at me on that bridge when you thought Sasuke was dead the first time? I swallowed. Yeah. You begged for power, he said. Any power. You didn't care where it came from, as long as you could fix it. He was right. I hated that he was right. And in Hakumai, he went on. Kurenai's report says Akumo Jonin had Hinata pinned in a lightning web, Lee and Niji down, and was about to cut 3 throats. That's when the cloak came out. My nails bit into my palms. I remember. She also notes, he said, that you stopped. With your hand around that woman's neck, with more than enough power to snap it, you pulled back. You let Anbu take her instead of killing her. I scowled at the floor. Barely. Barely is not never, he said. It's the difference between a patrol returning home and 3 funerals. He lifted a shoulder. Today in the forest, he went on. You had Gaara down. Cloak up. Every excuse in the world. You still walked away. I was 1 hit away from turning him into a smear, I said. Kyubi wanted me to. Badly. I don't doubt it, he replied. But you didn't. You gave him a threat instead of a corpse. He tipped his head. That's not the fox, Naruto, he said. That's you? My jaw clenched. What if one day I don't manage it? I asked softer. What if I slip for real? What if I stop being the guy who almost stops and turn into him? I didn't have to say Gaara's name. Kakashi studied me for a long heartbeat. Then it becomes more than just your problem, he said. Mine. Jiraiya's. Tsunade's. The other Jonin. Even those brats you keep saving. You don't get to hoard all the responsibility and all the blame. I'm pretty sure that's not how the council sees it. I muttered. He gave a small, humorless eye crease. The council doesn't see a lot of things, he said. But they saw the reports. D-rank trap mission where you shoved Ino out from under falling timber and took the bruises yourself. Wave. Hakumai. The forest. It's very hard to call someone nothing but a threat when they keep pulling people back from the edge. That made something twist in my chest. He nodded at the scroll. Kushina knew that risk long before you were born, he said. She wasn't just there the night the fox tore the village open. Before that, she was its prison. The second person Konoha sealed it into. My throat went tight. She had it too? For years, Kakashi said. She knew exactly what it whispers like when you're tired, what it feels like when your own chakra stops feeling like yours. She understood better than anyone what we were asking of you just by letting you live. I glanced at the scroll. At her name next to mine. So when she wrote this, I say, she knew what I'd be fighting. She was afraid, he said simply. Of the fox. Of how people would look at you because of it. Of you ending up as just a container with a name painted on. But she also knew you wouldn't be the first Uzumaki to tell it no and mean it. I swallow. And the seals? I ask. Uzumaki stuff. All the tricks. The clan things. That's part of it too, right? Not just letters. Some of it is dry theory you'd hate, he said. Some of it is practical sealing work. Some of it is just her swearing on 3 generations of Uzumaki that if you ever tried to live on instant ramen alone she'd haunt you. I snort. But yes, he added more quietly. She wanted you to have more than stories. Techniques, habits, stupid little traditions. Ways to be Uzumaki that aren't just contain the fox. The irritation I'd been pretending wasn't there flared a little. The same one that had been buzzing at the back of my head since Jiraiya shoved the scroll into my hands. There's always something, I muttered. Missions. Training. Exams. Don't die this month, Naruto. Every time I think maybe I'll actually sit down and learn the sealing stuff, learn her side of it, something explodes and it gets pushed back. Again. I swallow. I don't just want to be the forced kid who has a monster. I say. I want to know what being Uzumaki even means. Besides bleeding in other people's wars. Kakashi's eye curved, not quite a smile. Then be annoyed, he said. Use it. Carve out time. You're allowed to want things that aren't on the mission docket. He stood then, chair legs scraping softly. You're going to have time before the finals, he said. Time to train, and read, and decide whether you're running from that scroll or walking toward it. You don't have to finish it in one night. Or 1 month. And if I screw it up? I asked. The seals. The training. All of it? Kakashi moved toward the door. Paused with his hand on the frame. Then you wipe the ink and start again, he said. She'd understand that better than anyone. He slid the door aside, then hesitated. Oh, he added, almost as an afterthought. She did make me promise one specific thing. I eyed him warily. That sounds dangerous. If you ever started talking like you were only the fox, he said. I was supposed to remind you that she once swore she'd find a way to grab it by all 9 tails and beat it half to death with itself if it so much as looked at you wrong. The seal under my ribs thrummed, a low pulse of dark amusement, like something inside had just heard a joke it was happy to wait decades to answer. I actually snorted. That sounds like her, I said quietly. It does, he agreed. Good night, Naruto. Night, Sensei. He left, the doors sliding shut behind him. The apartment felt different after that. Not bigger. Just less empty. I turned back to the scroll. My blood mark. Her handwriting. Whole layers I hadn't touched yet because there was always something more urgent, more dangerous, more now. Maybe I wasn't ready to unroll all of it. But I reached out anyway and rested my palm on the paper. Fine, I murmured. 1 line at a time. I'll come back to the table. You win, Ka-chan? The fox stirred, a slow, amused ripple behind the seal, like it knew I'd just picked a side in a fight it was very interested in watching play out. For now, that felt like enough. Chapter 25, Thunder Before the Fire. Scene storm at the summit, POVEI, the Yandame Reikage. Kumogakure War Council's chamber, beneath the storm pylon. I hate waiting. 30 minutes of it, and my office already feels too small. Stormlight flickers through the tall windows. Thunder crawls along the pylons outside in slow, crawling jolts. Each strike makes the tower hum under my feet. Kumo's heart is awake and restless. My brother is still not here. I rub my face with my left hand and look over the others. Yasunari sits straight-backed in front of me, slim in his flak vest, pale in the blue lightning glow. To anyone else he'd look like a clerk in armor. If you didn't know him, you'd miss the cords in his forearms, the veteran stillness in his shoulders, the way his violet eyes move, slow, deliberate, cataloging exits and threats. It astounds me, he says, dry as ever, that your brother has refused to change his antics even after all this time, Reikage-sama. I snort. Karabi might be eccentric, but he comes through when the need arises. You know that better than anyone. Besides, I shift in my chair, wood creaking under my weight. Try educating him. I've been failing at that since he was 3. Yasunari's mouth twitches. He's seen what B and the Hachibi did to an Akatsuki strike team that thought a Jinchuriki was easy prey. He knows exactly why I tolerate more than I should. Takara clears her throat. That rasp of old age and old money has always set my teeth on edge. Momoji Takara, head of the clan council, looks like a dried twig wrapped in silk. Her eyes, though, sharp, hard, and mean, hook into me and don't let go. I find it ironic, she says, that the stubborn boy who drove his sensei, his father, and all of Kumo mad in his youth now suffers the same from his little brother. I cover my scowl by rubbing my beard. The worst part is she's not wrong. I'm still not giving her that satisfaction. Politics. I'd rather be out in the storm-punching mountains, but even the strongest man in Kumo has to grease wheels sometimes. Breaking nobles costs Shinobi. It's cheaper to move them with words than to replace everyone who follows them out the door. The daimyo's representative shifts at the end of the table. Sato, young, sleek, robes that don't belong in a village like this, slick black hair and bright blue eyes. The lightning court sent me perfume and silk to sit in a room that smells of ink, steel, and ozone. He watches me the way a man watches an animal he hasn't decided is caged or not. Reikage Dano, he says, all apology in the mouth and calculation in the eyes. This delay is unfortunate. My time might better serve Daimyo-sama's interests in his court than waiting for your delinquent brother to grace us with his presence. A gathering like this suggests decisions that will affect treaty lines and tribute flows. The court prefers not to be surprised by the scale of your initiatives. My knuckles itch. Out loud, I only breathe out through my nose. Your concern is noted, I say. Unfortunately, my delinquent brother also happens to be one of our 2 Jinchuriki and a pillar of this village. We wait. Before Sato can push it, the door slams open hard enough the hinges complain. Kirabi fills the frame, broad and loose-limbed, sunglasses pushed up on his head, a frown tugging at his mouth. Late again, but whole, breathing, not sealed to a foreign altar. Some of the tension in my shoulders slips before I can stop it. Yujito slips in behind him, bowing once before taking a place along the wall, posture exact, chakra folded in on itself until it's just the suggestion of heat behind cool yellow eyes. Yo, bro, B says, voice already drifting toward rhythm. What's the deal? These fancy talks mess up my feel. Sit, I snap, pointing at the empty chair beside Yazunari. You too, Yujito. This concerns both of you. Yujito obeys instantly, neat and contained, hands folded on her knees. B kicks the door shut with his heel and ignores the chair, leaning back against the wall instead, arms crossing over his chest. Have it your way, he mutters. Just don't think I care what you say. He's lying, and we both know it. Under the lazy drawl, his chakra is steady, the Hachibi's presence a low, steady pressure. I push my chair back and stand. As you're all aware, I say, letting my voice fill the room. In 1 month our redemption begins. It's time we remind the world where the top of the food chain actually is. Takara's wrinkled face folds into a deeper scowl. This plan of yours is full of holes, Reikage Dano. You would have us strip the capital of our main forces and march across the continent to attack at a great village's doorstep? For the sake of pride? The last such attempt bled half our border regiments out on Stone's Rocks and left our western passes bare. We buried children in armor that year. B's chakra jumps, hot and annoyed. Hey! Only I diss my bros, shut your trap, you wrinkly old Yujito's gaze flicks to him, then away. I hide my smirk behind my hand as Takara pins B with a flat, lethal stare. B doesn't flinch. Of course he doesn't. Settle down, Kirabi, I say, lips twitching. Takara Dano woke up on the wrong side of the bed. That happens at a certain age. We'll forgive it this once. If that stings, she doesn't show it. One gray eyebrow rises. Waiting. Ego has nothing to do with this. I continue, letting the humor bleed out of my voice. If any of you have been asleep the last few months, let me wake you. A war is coming. Worldwide. I tap the table once with 2 thick fingers. The sound is dull against the wood, sharp in the silence. We have no guaranteed ally in Katsuchi's IWA, or in Mei Terumi's Kiri, Whoever is really steering that policy now. Last time we trusted the board to stay still, the leaf produced the yellow flash and carved our lines to ribbons. We waited, and they wrote the pace of the war for us. I let the memory settle, the old casualty lists, the letters home, then move on. This time, we move before someone else decides the terms. And intelligence says the leaf, supposed strongest of the 5, has the deadliest of the 9 locked in the gut of a 12-year-old. The 9 tails. Sato inhales sharply. So the court had rumors and fire country gossip, but not this. Good. Konoha keeps its secrets tight. We've just confirmed one of them, and reminded him whose table he's sitting at. That fox, I say, doesn't just sit in Konoha's vault. Its existence shifts every calculation on the board. They can throw that child onto any battlefield and call it defense. But they aren't the only ones who concern me. Not all threats wear leaves on their headbands. Takara's shoulders ease by a fraction. Yasunari simply watches me, resigned. Across from them, B's head tilts a little at threats, and Biju. He remembers the last time someone came for the Hachibi, the way he came home burned and laughing with half a cloak still smoking off his skin. So do I. We don't have the luxury of waiting for everyone else to act first. I go on. If we sit still, we'll be reacting to their moves. To their Jinchuriki. To their alliances. That's how you end with our gates under siege and our hosts fighting on ground someone else chose. I don't say who they are. I don't have to. The map in my head has more than one red circle on it, stone, leaf, the quiet little country that keeps sending back interesting reports, and only a handful of people will ever see the ink. Takara studies me for a long moment. To launch a preemptive strike on one of the 5, she says slowly, is to gamble the survival of this village on your judgment. Supplies, borders, the merchants' roads, we remember what happened last time, Reikage Dano. Lightning flickers blue-white down the outside pylons. The vibration runs up my spine like a warning. Everything we are, I answer, is built on calculated risk. I'm not proposing a blind charge like the fools who fed men into Iwa's passes without an exit. Our target will be chosen carefully. Our route, our timing, our exit paths carefully. We don't show our throat. We show our teeth. And we make sure we still have the strength to bite when we come home. The clans will lend you their full support, Takara says at last, voice tight. So long as calculated does not become suicidal. I will not sign my grandchildren over to another wasteful march. She means it. And I mean to hand those grandchildren a village that still exists. Yasunari inclines his head. I've already informed the Strategic Council, Reikage-sama. They're analyzing terrain, sensor coverage, and known patrol patterns. Fuinjutsu teams and the Blacksmith Guild have begun assembling the new Lightning Siege platforms and armor sets. The prototype rail towers will be ready for field testing in 3 weeks, assuming no major delays. I grunt, satisfied. Kumo has always lived closer to its storms than the others. If we're going to war, we'll drag that storm with us in steel and seals and let the rest of the world learn what it feels like. Good, I say. I want our tech to look like a rumor until the day it rolls up to their walls. No leaks. I glance at B. And the real reason I called you, brother. I lean forward, elbows on the table, meeting his gaze over the others' heads. If I march with our main force, I need to know I can trust you to hold Kumo. If we misjudge, if IWA, Kiri, or anyone else decides to test our walls while we're extended, I need 8 tails and 2 tails standing here. I won't leave our people without a shield. B goes still. So does the thing inside him. I've felt the Hachibi's attention enough times to recognize the way his chakra drops inward, the way the air seems to thicken. Yujuto's chakra tightens in response, feline and controlled, as if her own tenant is listening in. They're both thinking of old hunts and near misses, of the masked freak in the intel reports, the shadow group stalking Biju, the whispers of Akatsuki, creeping along the undercurrents. This might be the last comfortable decade any of our monsters ever get. I wait. Then B's mouth twists into a wild grin. Me and Ato had a little chat, he says. We'll guard the hive while the big bro's on the attack. Anyone who comes knockin' gets thunder for a snack. Yujito gives the smallest of nods, eyes steady on me. She'll be the quiet knife while he's the song and the hammer. I let out a breath I hadn't noticed I was holding and nod once. Then it's decided, I say. You'll hold the hive. I'll take the swarm. I sweep my gaze across the table. Takara, Yasunari, Sato, Yujito, B. Nobles, officers, hosts. Every one of them a piece on a board that's about to get very crowded. Prepare, I tell them. 1 month from now, they will learn what it means to underestimate Kumogakure. Thunder cracks, right on cue. Scene return to the pit, POVE Tsunade. Council of Flame underground chamber. This room hasn't changed. Black stone. Bad lighting. The same heavy table where old men pretend they can hold back history with their fingernails. I drag a fingertip along the polished surface, smudging the dust. Damn it, I think. I need a drink. Hood's off, cloak folded on a chair behind me. No more wandering medic in travel-stained robes. Now it's the old uniform, green Haori, diamond on my forehead, except the kanji on my back is different. No more. Gamble. Senju spiral instead. Damn pervert. I think, lips twitching. Knowing all my measurements for the new coat like it's nothing. Should have smacked him. The air shifts to my right. What is it? I say. I thought those geezers were the ones in a hurry. Starting to feel like you dragged me back here under false pretenses, Jiraiya. His voice comes out from the shadows, lazy and infuriatingly calm. They know I brought in an informant with high-level intel, that's all. Given your reputation these last 15 years, I figured a hood was safer than a parade. They. I rest my elbows on the table. Let them stew. They're the ones who let the village rot while I was gone. Another voice cuts across the dark, sharp and hoarse. Or perhaps Tsunade, Kohara says, stepping into the light with that damned cane of hers. Some of us think very carefully before we gamble an entire village on someone who had to be swindled into coming home. I look straight at her and smile thinly. Koharu. Still the sharp tongue I worked so hard to forget. She doesn't even flinch. Of course she doesn't. I wave a hand. Relax. My reasons for coming back have nothing to do with needing your approval. You called, I answered. That means you need me, not the other way around. Ladies, Amira sighs, shuffling in after her. This is a time of crisis, not grudges. We can revisit our differences once the threat of annihilation is less immediate. I shoot Jiraiya a look that says clearly, why did I agree to this again? He just shrugs and leans against a pillar like this is all very entertaining, but his jaw is a little too tight and his chakra is a little too sharp. King taps, talk. Danzo. He takes the seat beside the elders, wrapped in bandages, one eye visible and already judging. So the prodigal child returns, he says. I am humbled to know someone so dependable is now responsible for our safety. My eyebrow ticks, but I grin. Years of sparring with Jiraiya and Orochimaru made me nearly immune to cheap shots, when I'm sober, anyway. I'll take that bitter edge as a compliment. I say. You're still talking. That means you're still useful. For now. He gives me that flat, dead look. I file it away. We'll get to him. I exhale and straighten. Where are the rest of them? The kunai kisses his own forearm instead, a precise, shallow slice. Blood arcs in a bright fan across the fractured light, splattering the table, my chest, my hands. Copper stings my nose. Warm droplets hit Sim's cheek and Chose's sleeve. Everything in my body remembers, my brother's chest caving in, Dan's blood on my hands, walls dripping, hands shaking, heartbeat screaming. For a breath, my lungs lock. My fingers want to tremble. The room tilts toward red. Move. Hashirama's voice, remembered and half-snarled. You can't save anyone if you never step forward. Haiden's ritual, Shizen choking on stolen wounds, the road battle where I moved anyway. I force air into my chest. My throat tastes like metal. Our leader, Danzo says calmly, as if dictating a report. Must be able to function under blood and loss. I required verification. Of course you did, I think. Better to try to break me in a sealed room than watch me shatter on a balcony in front of the daimyo. Danzo never wastes a crisis if he can turn it into a test. I hear them waiting for me to crack. I laugh instead. Sharp, humorless. Old man, I say, voice rough. I should kill you for that. I curl my fist and drive it straight down. The table explodes, wood shattering into splinters and dust. But you had a point to prove, I continue, stepping toward him through the settling debris. And given my recent reputation, you had grounds to be worried. Hayashi's Byakugan is half-active, Shibi's Kikeichu humming just out of sight, hands clamped on Danzo's shoulders. Jiraiya hasn't moved from his pillar, but the skin around his eyes is tight, jaw clenched hard enough to crack teeth. I jerk my chin at Hayashi and Shibi. Let him go. They hesitate, then obey. Danzo straightens, expression unreadable, blood still dripping in slow, controlled lines from his sleeve to the floor. You wanted to test me? I say. Congratulations. I didn't faint, scream, or bolt. You get to live. Once. Because even a decrepit old warhawk like you can still be useful to Konoha, in the right cage. Killing intent rolls out of me then, controlled but suffocating. Several Chunin flinch. Even some of the veterans tighten their grips on the hilts they haven't quite sheathed. I am Senju Tsunade, I announce, voice carrying in the dark. Heir of Hashirama and Tobirama. Your Godame Hokage. Get used to it. Anyone thinking of objecting sees my face and thinks again. Out of the corner of my eye, Shikaku exhales, low and thin. Troublesome, he mutters, more to himself than anyone. But better we leash that one than let him loose outside the walls. Hayashi gives the faintest nod, pale eyes steady. Weapons are not thrown away, they are anchored or dismantled. Danzo hears it, and so do I. I will not be tested a second time like this, I add. The next table I break will have someone's skull on it. The silence answers me. No one doubts I mean it. I turn on my heel. The blood on my hiyori is already drying tacky. My hands still remember the tremor I did not let them have. I'll be in the tower, I say, not looking back. I need to change and start digging through the mess you all left me. My office will send for each of you. Rest assured I'll have many questions. The door closes behind me on a room full of very quiet, very nervous ninja. I want sake so badly my teeth ache. But first comes the morgue's worth of paperwork and a bleeding security net to triage. Scene, what's left after the fire, POV Naruto. Later, at the Sandaime Hokage's grave. The wind out here bites. Not enough to really hurt, not with chakra sitting under my skin, but enough to make the world feel emptier. The trees around the cemetery whisper and creak when the gusts cut through. I stare at the flame-shaped tombstone in front of me. Old man. My voice comes out small. I hate that. I shove my hands deeper into my pockets. I never got to. The words jam in my throat. My eyes sting. I'd promised myself I was done with crying years ago. Crying doesn't fix anything, just makes people sneer and turn away. But right now there's no one here. No villagers to point. No genin to impress. Just me, the stone, and the wind. So the tears come anyway. Quiet, hot, sharp. Last time we really talked, just me and him, I told him I was still mad. Mad he hadn't told me about the fox sooner. Mad he'd lied about my parents. Mad about a lot of things. I'd meant to go back. Tell him I understood now. That being Hokage meant making awful choices, and that I got it, even if it still hurt. I was too busy. Training. Missions. Being angry. I kept putting it off. And then he died. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I whisper, fingers curling into fists. What the hell, old man? My chest feels wrong, too hollow and too tight at the same time. Chakra crawls heavy and sluggish under my skin, like it doesn't really want to move either. I stare at the carved flame until the lines blur. Footsteps crunch on the gravel behind me. Naruto, a rough voice calls. Figured I'd find you here. I scrub my face on my sleeve and take a breath, trying to smooth out my voice before I turn. It only half works. Asuma-sensei. He comes to stand beside me, hands in his pockets, cigarette hanging loose from his lips. He looks tired. More than usual. Smoke leaks out on the edges like he forgot he was holding a breath. Hard to believe he's really gone, huh? He says. Yeah, I mutter. We stand there for a bit, watching the flame carving catch the light. My chest feels tight and hollow at the same time, like someone scooped something out and left the edges raw. I had so many things I wanted to tell him, I say eventually. And now, nothing. Just this rock. Asuma lets out a slow breath. Smoke curls away on the wind. Timing's hardly ever kind with this stuff, he says. My old man and I were finally fixing things. He just shoved that damn Sara contract into my hands and told me to look after the next brat in line. His mouth twists around the cigarette. We were finally talking like something other than commander and runaway. The guilt spikes again, different flavor from Wave, but just as sharp. When Sasuke died, I say, it was like getting punched through the spine. First person I ever lost. We were, whatever we were. Rival, teammate. It doesn't matter. He was mine to protect and I failed. I swallow. The old man, he was. The words skid out of reach. I don't even know how I'm supposed to feel. It's like my head knows he's gone but the rest of me hasn't caught up. It feels wrong. What's wrong with me? His hand lands on my shoulder, heavy, solid, grounding. Nothing, he says. Everyone deals with this crap in their own way. Some people scream, some drink, some pretend nothing happened. As long as you don't start throwing yourself on every kunai to make up for it, you're allowed to be messed up for a while. The fox chuckles in the back of my head, low and smug, sniffing at the weakness. Its chakra brushes the edges of mine, hot and oily, pressing against the seal like it's nosing at a cracked door. I shove it down, clenching my jaw. Not now. How do I make it go away? I ask. This thing. I won't lie to you, kid. Asuma's voice is quiet. There's one guarantee in our line of work, death. We'll watch people we care about die. Some of them will watch us die. It doesn't go away. You just learn to live with the weight. I think of Wave. Of Sasuke's broken body. Of Hinata bleeding into the dirt. Of the fox's chakra burning through me in the forest of death while Gaara screamed. Jiraiya's voice floats up from some training night weeks ago. Some things you only really understand over time, brat. You chew on them, slowly. No shortcuts. My fists loosen. I'm sorry for your loss, Asuma-sensei. I say. He snorts. You too, kid. We stand there a little longer until the wind picks up again. I glance at the sun. It's already sliding down. Kakashi-sensei told me to meet him later, and if I'm late again he'll use that stupid eye smile and say something about bad habits. I turn to leave. Asuma's arm shoots out, blocking my path. Hold up, he says. I was actually looking for you. He fishes in his flak jacket and pulls out a scroll, then holds it out to me. I blink stupidly, before taking it. He cared a lot about you, you know, Asuma says. Mentioned you in his will. My brain stutters. What? He wanted you to carry the will of fire forward. Asuma continues. So he left you something. Those arm guards you've seen in the old portraits? They were a gift from the Shodaime when he made Chunin. He wanted them to go to you. The scroll feels too light in my hands for what it is. The seal on the end is old, ink gone a little brown around the edges, but the chakra in it feels steady, warm, like banked coals. The will of fire, huh? The words are heavy and a little burned around the edges. If it means anything, it better mean not leaving kids alone to drown. Why? I manage. Why would he? Asuma squeezes my shoulders, shaking me a little. I just told you, he says. Because he cared. Because he thought you'd need more than pep talks and scoldings. So don't stand here gawking like an idiot. Take them, wear them, and don't spit on the gesture. I swallow hard and nod, hugging the scroll to my chest for a moment before tucking it into my jacket. I gotcha, sensei, I say. Thanks. He nods toward the village. Go eat something. Then go find Kakashi and let him run you into the ground. After that, Jiraiya's going to get his claws into you again. You'll be busy enough. A grin tugs at my mouth despite everything. Awesome, I say. Then at least I know Ino and Shikamaru won't get too far ahead of me. He huffs a laugh and flicks ash off the end of his cigarette. We'll see about that. I jog away down the path, then glance up at the mountain as the trees thin and the village comes back into view. The third's face is carved there, lines deep and familiar. I lift my fist. If the armed guards are his way of shoving me forward, fine. I'll drag them all the way to the top with me. I'll wear the armed guards with pride, I think. But that's not enough. You never let me try on your hat, I say under my breath. So I'll just have to get strong enough to earn it. One day, old man, you're gonna look down, wherever you are, and see me up there with the stupid hat on. Believe it. The wind answers with a gust that feels, just for a heartbeat, like a laugh. Scene, face off in the dark, POV Kabuto. Underground torture and interrogation prison, ANBU headquarters. The shackles were the worst part. Not the pain. Pain was simple. Pain was information. Orochimaru-sama had taught me that very early, when he'd cracked me open from the inside to see what would happen. No, it was the way the shackles kept my toes just off the floor. Just close enough to make me want to stretch, never close enough to let me rest. I let my head hang and watched a thin line of dried blood flake from my cheek and fall past my bare toes. My scalp still stung from where they'd shaved it for easier application of their little toys. ANBU were very proud of their refinements. Marino Ibiki was talented, I'd give him that. His methods were crude compared to Orochimaru-sama, but effective in their own way. They bruised the body and poked at the mind until the cracks spread. The difference was that Orochimaru-sama broke you to build something new. Konoha just wanted you to scream. A low hum buzzed in the air around me. The suppression circle, layered and sealed into the stone, brushed against my chakra sense like icy spiderwebs. Whoever designed it knew enough to account for medical jutsu and chakra scalpels. Not impossible to bypass, but annoying. I tested my limits early. Faked a death spiral by slowing my heart, dropping body temperature, shifting blood flow. Clever. They'd simply walked in with portable lightning rods and driven chakra-charged spikes into my nerves until my body remembered it could still hurt. So, not that way. I closed my eyes and listened instead. One pair of boots at the door. Two more in the hall, breathing through porcelain masks. The faint drip of moisture somewhere overhead. No movement beyond the door. When the steel hinges finally groaned, I already had a smile ready. A single ANBU stepped through, cat mask smooth and unreadable. Tall, lean, lighter build than the ones who came before. Blonde hair under the hood, faintly visible. That was rare in Konoha. He checked the corridor with deliberate care, flashed a short sequence of hand signals I couldn't quite see, then shut the door. He didn't come toward me first. He walked over to the edge of the suppression circle, pulled a paper slip from his pouch, and slapped it neatly over one of the control nodes. The ink lines flickered, the hum in the air stuttered and went thin. Ah. So that's how it is. I tilted my head. You're new. He ignored me, moved back to the door, and sat. Lotused his legs, hands forming seals, not combat seals. Focused, precise. When his thumbs and middle fingers touched in that particular configuration, I almost laughed. Yamanaka. Of course Danzo would send a mindwalker. Chakra brushed my coils, cold and invasive. The world snapped sideways, and the cell fell away. We weren't in a proper mindscape, no time, no finesse. Just a cramped, half-formed space inside my head. Shadow, the impression of shelves, and in front of one smoky archway stood the ANBU's mental image, his armor, his mask, a faint outline of blonde hair. His voice carried from everywhere at once. Yakushi Kabuto. Cooperate, and you may die quickly. Resist, and I leave you to Ibiki-san. Straight to the sales pitch. Efficient. I pushed phantom glasses up my phantom nose and stepped out of the dark, hands in my pockets. You make such tempting offers. Unfortunately, I already have an employer. He ignored the bait and turned toward the nearest door, one of mine. I felt his chakra probe at it. Behind that archway, in the real world, was a very particular memory, one of Danzo's root agents bowing to Orochimaru-sama 8 years ago, trading ANBU intel for medical breakthroughs. Convenient that he'd gone for that one first. His palm met the door. The seal flared. Agony ripped through me as a burning lattice of formulae crawled over the arch, biting at both of us. I dropped to one knee on instinct, teeth clenched. Orochimaru-sama's failsafe woke up like a nest of venomous snakes. Pain is still data. If it hurts him more than me, the equation is acceptable. The ANBU jerked his hand back, mental aura flickering. I did warn you. I managed, straightening slowly. I'm not exactly unprotected. He hesitated only a moment before pressing again, forcing his way into the memory despite the backlash. A professional. So that was the plan. Let a root Yamanaka pick through whatever Orochimaru-sama hadn't locked down, scrub the rest, then hand what was left of me back to Ibiki for a clean, public execution. Neat, deniable, and very Danzo. The pain doubled. Our shared mind space collapsed into white static and hissing seal script. In the real world, my body twitched against the chains. Inside, I retreated, let the failsafe do its work, and smiled. White coils slid up through the darkness behind the ANBU. Pale scales. Yellow slit eyes. A copy of me stepped out of the shadows, not the bland medic mean mask I'd shown Konoha, but the version Orochimaru-sama had carved out. Same face. Same smile. Eyes wrong. Orochimaru-sama's little imprint, grown fat on everything I didn't mind him seeing. A convenient mask for moments like this. My double hissed, voice layered with a faint echo. Little mindwalker. Didn't your master ever teach you to knock? Snakes erupted from the floor, coiling around the ANBU's wrists, ankles, throat. His chakra flared in response, but this battlefield was rigged. Curiosity. My double whispered, leaning close, hand framing the cat mask. Kills the cat. The seals flared one last time. The pain hit white hot. And I came back to myself with a harsh gasp, lungs burning, arms aching in the shackles. Across from me, the ANBU snapped upright like he'd been yanked out of a dream. His fingers twitched once. For a heartbeat, I saw confusion behind the mask, an almost imperceptible lag in his breathing. Good. The failsafe had done its job. For Yamanaka. I'd seen his personnel file once, back when I still wore Konoha's mask. Root liked him for delicate work. Fitting. He lifted a hand toward his head. And I moved. Skin tore from my palms as I wrenched my hands hard against the shackles. The cuffs had been designed to block chakra conductance along the metal, not to account for someone willing to strip their own hands to the bone. Meat ripped. Blood spattered the stone. Pain lanced up my forearms. With the suppression ring disrupted and my skin no longer a barrier, I flooded chakra into the ragged tissue, knitting just enough function back into my fingers. The ANBU tried to rise. He was still half a second too slow. I hit the floor in a crouch and lunged, medical chakra blossoming around my hand in a narrow, scalpel-thin edge. Apologies, I murmured as my fingers drove into the soft spot just above his collarbone, slicing through windpipe and the muscles that controlled it. You were efficient. Just misassigned. He dropped, choking silently. I caught him before he hit the floor. No need to let the noise carry. Working fast now, I stripped his armor, swapping it with my own tattered clothes. Same height, similar build. Lucky. The mask hid most of the face. The hood would hide the rest. The real trick was the skin. I bit down on a strip of coarse blanket, braced myself, and began. Orochimaru-sama's Sharingan no Jutsu was a masterpiece of disgusting ingenuity. Chakra-coated fingers slid under my own facial skin, peeling it away from muscle and bone, nerves screaming as I lifted my face off. By the time I removed the Anbuyu's face as well, the cells stank of meat and iron. I pressed his face into place over my exposed muscles, anchoring with precise medical chakra, stitching nerve to nerve, dermis to dermis. My own old face went onto his corpse. Another layer of insurance. Baldness to match him. Hood to hide the worst discrepancies. By the time I finished, my hands shook from blood loss and strain. I grabbed his mask, slid it on, and stepped back into the circle just long enough to hang his body from the chains in my place. The seal key paper had a few minutes left before it burned out. That was all I needed. A thin bubble of chakra wrapped around me, tight to the skin, filtering scent and blood iron from the air. Anbuyu standard. No reason for anyone to smell what they shouldn't. I opened the door, nodding once at the guard outside. He nodded back, bored. Good. 2 more in the hall, just where I'd mapped them. Asleep, interesting. That stank of root, not a beaky. Danzo liked to stack his contingencies, and cut his witnesses. Well, I'd take the gift. I walked past them at an unhurried pace, memorizing turns, counting doors, cataloging the pressure differences in the air that hinted at exits and false corridors. Some part of me was already planning the report for Orochimaru-sama, a full diagram of Konoha's little dungeon. Fuyamanaka's face sat warm and wrong over my bones. If I ever felt like tugging on Danzo's bandages, walking around in this skin where the wrong people could see would raise some very unpleasant questions. Presumed dead clan heirs are supposed to stay buried. It seems Konoha is no longer safe for me, I thought, heading toward the faint whisper of fresh air and distant, muffled noise above. But that was always going to be temporary. I'll make a brief stop before leaving, I added, ears sorting the sound of my own borrowed footsteps. A contingency or 2 to tuck in place. And then... A thin smile curved under the porcelain. I can go home. Scene, Leashes upon Leashes, POV, Sakura. Training Grounds 15, Kanahigakure. My feet were wet. Again. Mud sucked at my sandals with every step along the riverbank, cold water seeping through the seams. I crouched low anyway, fingers brushing aside rotting leaves until I saw it, a tiny black mushroom with red spots, half hidden in the damp. There you are, I whispered, plucking it carefully by the stem and dropping it into the wax paper packet in my palm. We're going to die in the finals because you decided to play herbalist instead of finding someone to teach us how not to get our head kicked in, Inner me snorted. Shut up, I muttered under my breath, eyes already scanning for the next cluster. We talked about this. We don't have the luxury of a clean exit. We need options that don't look like options. Poison is leverage. Anko has leverage. Danzo has leverage. Tsunade will have leverage the moment she gets bored enough to look our way. You. Inner me sneered. You have mushrooms. My fingers tightened around the packet. She also had a mother, I said quietly, even in my own head. Now she's a line in a root casualty report, and a ring Kabuto handed over like a receipt. We are not dying neat just because the people holding our chains say so. That shut Inner me up. For a moment. The next warning came late. Killing intent brushed my skin a heartbeat before something cold and muscular snapped around my throat, slamming me back into a tree. More coils seized my wrists and ankles, pinning me spread-eagle to the trunk. I choked, vision flashing white at the edges as the pressure cut off my air, and found myself staring into slitted yellow eyes framed by purple. Yo, Sakura-chan! Bitarashi Anko cooed, leaning in close, her breath warm and amused against my cheek. Long time no see. You look surprised. Haven't you missed me? The snakes constricted, squeezing a strangled sound out of me. Aang! She flicked my forehead with one lacquered nail. Ah. You were looking for me, weren't you? That's adorable. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. It rarely did these days. You're not the one you need to worry about, though, she added, grin sharpening. I'm just the delivery girl. The lack of oxygen hit in a wave. Inner me's voice blurred. We're blacking out. Fantastic. The world narrowed, then went dark. I woke up to someone yanking my hair. My neck burned. My skull throbbed. Ah, Purano! A female voice snapped, high and irritated. We don't have all day. I forced my eyes open and immediately wished I hadn't. Hokage's office. I recognized it from the times I'd been dragged here as a kid, standing in front of the third while he pretended I didn't see the way he watched Naruto. Same big desk. Different mountain of paperwork. Different woman behind it. Senju Tsunade sat in the Hokage's chair, blonde hair tied back, green jacket open over her torso, brown eyes sharp and very, very unimpressed. Anko lounged beside me, legs crossed, looking like a cat that had just dropped a half-dead mouse at her owner's feet. Her fingers were still tangled in my hair. Tsunade's gaze flicked to that hand. You're as crude as ever, she said dryly. Effective but crude. Don't break her yet. I need her nervous, not concussed. Hokage-sama. I managed, throat dry and raw. Tsunade smirked. Your deductive skills are astounding. Yes, I'm the Hokage. Sit up. Fear slid under my skin like ice water. There was something in the way she looked at me, like I was an interesting specimen on a tray. Less distant than Danzo. He weighed costs. She weighed outcomes. Even inner me went quiet. Careful. That one bites. Tsunade laced her fingers together on the desk. I'll be blunt, she said. I don't trust you. I don't trust Anko. I don't trust Root. I don't trust any of the knives Danzo left lying around my village. Anko stiffened slightly next to me. I didn't dare move. But, Tsunade continued, by some freak twist of fate you're still alive. That makes you my problem. And my potential asset. My stomach twisted. This was the rhythm. I knew it. Praise the potential. Then stick the hook in. Since Mitarashi here failed to win your undying loyalty through the usual cocktail of bribery, flattery, and shared trauma, Tsunade went on, side-eyeing Anko. I'm done being subtle. Her hand dipped into a drawer, came out with 2 syringes. One filled with a faintly glowing liquid. The other dull violet. Restrain her, Tsunade said. Anko didn't argue. Her grip shifted from my hair to my shoulders, holding me down with casual, terrifying strength. Panic clawed at my throat. Wait. First one, Tsunade said, ignoring me as the needle slid into my shoulder. Is a tag. Cold burned along my veins, settling under the skin like a crawl of static. Medical-grade tracer, she explained, voice almost conversational. Low dose, chakra reactive. You're going to smear a little of your blood on every root facility you know. I want their bolt holes lit up for my sensors, for Shibi's little friends, for every Byakugan I decide to point underground. The second needle punched in before I could process the first. This one, she said, is a leash. The violet solution spread warmth through my chest, then a slow, sinking chill that settled behind my sternum like a stone. Inner me howled. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. She's poisoning us. She's actually poisoning us. Tsunade's hand closed around my throat, not hard enough to choke, hard enough to make sure I was looking at her. You have 48 hours, Sakura, she said softly. 48 hours before that compound finishes breaking down and causes a catastrophic failure in the muscle tissue of your heart. My breath hitched. No symptoms, she added. No fatigue. No convenient coughing of blood that lets you delicately hint to your dear master that something's wrong. You'll feel fine until you fall over. I trembled. Couldn't stop it. This little deal stays between us. Tsunade continued. You do your part, tag the sites you know, keep being Danzo's good little project, and you come back to me at 0800 in 2 days. If I'm satisfied, you get the antidote. If not, She made a lazy fist in the air. Boom! Enko exhaled slowly beside me, some of the earlier amusement gone from her face. Her snakes were gone, but I could still feel phantom pressure on my throat. As for you, Tsunade said, turning her gaze to her, you're going to make yourself useful, Enko? You will continue training Sakura as promised. You will keep an eye on her. You will help me map and infiltrate root infrastructure with your unique skill set. And you will report anything odd directly to me. Enko made a face. So I'm a glorified babysitter. You're a leash on a leash, Tsunade said. Own it. She waved a hand toward the window, where I could see the distant outlines of half-forgotten civilian districts. While you're doing that, I have to rebuild an evacuation system that should have been updated 10 years ago. The next snake, Cloud Nine, or mass lunatic that comes through our holes is not going to find us this soft again. That last line hit like a thrown kunai. She knew. Maybe not about my mother. Maybe not about every detail of Danzo's plans. But she'd already poked into the cracks. Crumbling civilian shelters, half-funded emergency tunnels, evacuation routes that hadn't been stress-tested since the Kyuubi. Orochimaru would feast on those gaps. So would anyone else watching. Enko hauled me up with a jerk. I stumbled, caught myself on the doorframe, and heard Tsunade's final warning behind us. Oh, and Enko? Tsunade's voice turned razor-sharp. This is your second and last chance to prove you belong in my village. Don't waste it. The door slammed shut. Enko's fingers twisted in my hair again, yanking my head back just enough to make my eyes water. You heard the lady. She hissed, eyes dark. You and me, brat. We're going to make sure you live long enough to be useful. No more kitty gloves. Inner me gave a shaky laugh. Well, at least she's motivated. I swallowed bile, nodded once, and let her drag me along. I'd thought Kabuto's offer was my only chain. Turned out, I'd just acquired another, and this one sat on the Hokage's desk. Scene: Fox, hat and new boss POV Naruto. The corridor outside the Hokage's office still smelled like old pipe smoke. That shouldn't have hurt as much as it did. I shoved my hands deeper into my pockets, and tried not to look at the grooves in the floor where old man Sarutobi's chair had dragged over the years. The building felt wrong now. Like someone had taken a piece out of it, and the air hadn't figured out how to move around the gap yet. Jiraiya walked in front of me, humming some stupid tune, apparently immune to all of it. Must be nice. We passed Mitarashi, Enko, and Sakura going the other way. Enko gave Jiraiya a stiff nod. Sakura gave me a look like she wanted to stab me and herself at the same time. Sakura, I said, because not saying anything would mean she'd won something. She leaned close enough that only I could hear her. Don't act familiar with me. I won't be fooled like the others. I don't care how good an actor you are. A monster is still a monster. One day everyone will see it. The words hit in the same place they always did. The place that still smelled like blood and sand and Gaara's scream and my own bones snapping under one tail. My jaw clenched. I am not a monster, I said low. But apparently I can't get that through your thick skull. Keep screaming your bullshit if it makes you feel better. Nobody listens to a crazy girl who talks to herself. Her fingers clamped around my wrist, nails biting. You better watch your back, you cocky son of a bitch, she hissed. I yanked my arm free. Part of me wanted to yell, to push, to start something right there in the hallway. The rest of me was tired. I don't have time for your crap right now, I said instead, stepping past her. If you still want to kill the monster, wait for the finals and put your fist where your mouth is. Jiraiya's hand landed on my shoulder like a warning. Enough, he muttered. We're late. Yeah. Fine. I sucked a breath in, shoved the Sakura stink of monster as far down as I could, and tried to smooth my face out. Walking into the Hokage's office vibrating like a live tag seemed like a bad idea. We went in. The Hokage's office felt smaller with her in it. Senju Tsunade sat behind the desk like the room belonged to her, and she'd kill anyone who disagreed. Blonde hair, green jacket, That famous chest Jiraiya wouldn't shut up about. Yeah, whatever. Not the point. She looked maybe 30 at most, but the lines around her eyes weren't young. And the way she held herself was heavy. Like someone who'd carried too much for too long, and was still braced for the next hit. Her gaze flicked over me once, sharp and measuring. It felt like she was counting things I couldn't see, breath rate, stance, the way the fox hummed low in my coils. She looked at me like I was a problem she hadn't decided how to solve yet. "Oh? You must be Naruto," she said, voice flat. I glared. I didn't mean to, but it was there before I could stop it. I'd buried a Hokage 2 days ago. Seeing some woman I'd never met sitting in his chair like it fit her, it made something inside me bristle. "I'm Senju Tsunade," she said. "Godame Hokage." Are you really?" I blurted. "'Cause you're way too young and hot to be as old as Erokyofu." The words were out before my brain caught up. Safer to poke at her face than think about who wasn't in that chair anymore. Jiraiya choked on his own saliva. Tsunade went very, very still. Inner Irika in my head screamed, "Idiot." Jiraiya's fist hit my gut a second later. I folded, wheezing. "Show some respect," he barked, hauling me upright by my jacket. "She can turn you into paste with a flick of her finger. And she's your Hokage, brat. Try not to die in the first 30 seconds. Tsunade watched us, one eyebrow raised. The corner of her mouth twitched like she was fighting a smile and didn't trust it yet. "I'll take that as proof you're Kushina's kid," she said. "Mouth first, brain later." My head snapped up. "You knew my mom?" "Of course I did," she snorted. "You're just as rude, loud, and obnoxious as she was at your age." Heat flushed my face. "Hey! That's..." Tsunade waved a hand, cutting me off. "Relax. She was a friend. A wonderful woman. Big heart. Terrible gambling sense. Gutsy as hell." Something knotted in my chest eased, just a little. Nobody ever talked about my parents like they were real people. They were either secrets or statues. Hearing someone complain about my mom's gambling, it made her feel alive. For a second, I thought I saw something like pain flicker in Tsunade's eyes, like she'd yanked up a memory that cut both ways. Kushina laughing, Sarutobi's stupid smile in the background, all the things they didn't stop from happening. Then it was gone. Her expression sharpened, the faint warmth disappeared. "But we're not here to trade stories," she said. "I wanted to see you for myself, Naruto. Jiraiya's report paints a picture I don't like." I stiffened. "What kind of picture?" "Jinchuriki," she said bluntly. "Lifetime of neglect. Dead teammate. Fox chakra already used in the field. Half the village waiting for you to explode. That combination ring any bells, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya looked away. Something coiled in my stomach. Deep in my gut, the fox shifted, a low vibration at the base of my spine. Not angry, just listening. My hands curled into fists. "I know what I am," I said. "I know what the fox is. I know what people think. But I won't." Tsunade cut in again. "Save the speeches. I've heard them all before. I'll never lose control. I'll die before I hurt my comrades. I'll prove I'm different." My jaw clenched. "Words are cheap," she said. "Konoha has a lot of plaques with cheap words on them." The room went very quiet. I thought about Sasuke's name on that stone in the training fields, carved along with a bunch of others. I thought about Hiruzen's grave. About the empty space on the mountain waiting for the next face. "I'm not just talk," I forced out. "I know I'm dangerous. I know I messed up at Wave. I know what happens when I let the fox run wild. I've seen it. I've felt it. I already know what happens when I don't stand up. I've buried the consequences." My throat felt tight, but I kept going. "I won't pretend it's not there, but I'm not going to let it own me. I'll work. I'll train. I'll do whatever it takes not to be a weapon that goes off on my own village." "And?" Tsunade asked. I blinked. What? And why? She said. You want to be Hokage, fine. Everyone wants the hat until they realize it comes with paperwork and assassination attempts. Why should I trust you with more power instead of locking you under a mountain? The fox's hum spiked at that word, locking, a prickling pressure along my skin. I ignored it. Jiraiya opened his mouth like he was going to argue. I beat him to it. Because this is my home, I said, and the words came out sharper than I expected. Because people here finally started seeing me and not just the fox. Ino. Shikamaru. Iraka-sensei. Tsuchiya-san. Old man Sarutobi. My throat closed for a second. I swallowed hard. Because he. I jerked my chin at Jiraiya. Finally stopped running long enough to drag you back here. And because if I don't stand in front of Konoha with this thing in my gut, someone else is going to have to. Tsunade's gaze didn't soften. But something in it shifted. Less test and more weighing. Like she was sorting me into piles labeled problem, tool, possible Hokage. And wasn't sure which one would stick. Big promises, she said quietly. You do realize every idiot who ever wanted this job started with the same kind of speech? Maybe, I said. But they didn't have my fox. She huffed, a grudging little exhale that might have been a laugh in a better life. You really are Minato's kid, she muttered. Same stupid grin. Same suicidal sincerity. And Kushina's temper on top of it. Fantastic. I'm going to die of stress. She turned her chair toward the window, looking out over the village. For a heartbeat I saw her reflection in the glass pick up something like grief. A flicker for the teammates she lost, the sensei who died, the village that kept asking too much. Fine, she said at last. I won't put you in a box. Yet. Jiraiya and Kakashi are going to train you until you drop. Control, tactics, summons, fallback plans. We can't afford another uncontrolled flare in the middle of the village, not with the evacuation system held together by tape and denial. She glanced back at me. We never fixed the holes from the QB. Civilians dragged their feet, councils cut budgets, everyone pretended the next disaster would give us more warning. It won't. So until I rebuild that mess, you don't use the fox inside the walls unless it's my direct order. Understood? I thought about Gaara's sand crushing that aim genin. I thought about my own bones screaming when one tail came out, the way Hinata bled in front of me, the way Sakura looked at me like I was something she might have to kill. Understood, I said. Tsunade nodded once. Good. Now get out. I've got 70 years of other people's mistakes to clean up, and you've got a month to survive long enough to make mine. I drew breath to say something stupid like I'll never make mistakes, and Jiraiya's hand clamped over my mouth. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he said, dragging me backward. We'll get out of your hair. Tsunade waved him off. Try not to break him, Jiraiya. Konoha's invested too much in this one for you to drop him in a training gorge. The door shut behind us with a heavy click. For a moment, in the hallway, I just leaned my head back against the wall and exhaled. The pipe smoke ghosts were still there, but they didn't crush my chest as much. Well? Jiraiya asked. She's scary, I said. I couldn't help the little grin that tugged at my mouth. I like her. Someone who knew my mom, who named my dad out loud, who didn't lie to me about what I was or what I could be. Someone who might actually hold this village together long enough for me to stand on that mountain. He laughed, loud and relieved. Yeah, he said. Me too. Scene breaking the cage, POV, Hyuga Niji. Later that evening, Konoha Hospital. I woke up to pain. Not sharp. Not bright. A deep, dragging ache in my chest every time I tried to breathe, like someone had filled my lungs with broken glass. I opened my eyes slowly. The world swam into focus. The whitewashed ceiling of a private hospital room, the faint smell of antiseptic, the weight of bandages pinning my arms. Niji-kun? You're up, how do you feel? Tenten's voice, thin with worry. I turned my head. She sat in a chair by my bed, eyes shadowed, brown hair loose around her face. Relief washed over her features when our gazes met. As if Gai-sensei used me for a training post, I said, voice rough. How long? Her lips pressed together. Several days. They had to sedate you. There were bone fragments in your lungs and arm. The Mednine said if you'd taken one more direct hit from Lee in that state, you might not have made it. I swallowed that information, filed it away. Tenten looked down at her hands. You walked home after the match. She went on. Stubborn idiot. You were pale, wheezing, but you said you just needed rest. 2 days later you collapsed in the compound courtyard. Hayashi-sama had you rushed here. The first team thought it was just bruising and exhaustion until Tsunade-sama ran her own scans. Her fingers tightened on the blanket. She found micro-fractures all through your ribs and arm. Tiny shards in your bloodstream. The others missed it. So, even our medic corps had been cutting corners under the old system. And Lee? I asked. I am here, Niji. I turned my head the other way. Lee sat in the corner chair, upper body wrapped in bandages, arms in slings. His eyes were too wide, too bright, like a dog waiting to be kicked. What are you doing here? I asked. He flinched, then straightened, forcing a smile. I came to apologize, he blurted. Niji, I. Stop. He froze. I spared you, I said, keeping my tone even, clinical. I warned you. I offered you an exit. You chose to use a kinjutsu that could have killed me in front of the entire village. That clarifies your priorities quite well. His face crumpled. That's not, Niji, it wasn't like that. I just wanted to. Prove yourself, I finished. At any cost. Even that of your teammate's life. Anger flared in his eyes, followed by desperate stubbornness. We're friends. I made a mistake, but I'll make it up to you. I'll train harder, This isn't something you can fix with push-ups. I cut in sharper. This is about judgment. In the field, hesitation kills. So does recklessness. I cannot stand between Hinata-sama and a threat if I'm also watching for you. He took a step forward, hurt and protest written all over him. Tenten stood up and moved between us instinctively. Her hand brushed the edge of my bed, as if she could physically block what had already happened. The door slid open. Both of you children need to leave, came the cool, brittle voice. I have clan matters to discuss with Niji. Hyuga Hisano, my grandfather, stepped into the room. Even in his age, he radiated the kind of quiet authority that made lesser clan members bow automatically. Pale eyes, hair pulled back, posture perfect. Lee and Tenten hesitated. That was not a request, Hisano added, voice snapping like a branch in winter. Out. Lee bowed stiffly, guilt all over him, and fled. Tenten gave me one last look, a mix of worry and anger at both me and the world, then followed. The room grew colder when the door shut. I lowered my gaze automatically. Hisano Dano, I murmured. To what do I owe the honor of your presence? You may dispense with empty flattery, he said, taking Tenten's recently vacated chair. I am here because rumors have reached me of a branch member performing techniques reserved for the main house. My hands tightened on the sheets. Kaiten, he said. And a variant of the 8 trigrams. Both displayed publicly. I used them to survive a lethal attack, I said. I did not intend to parade them. Hisano's eyes narrowed. How did you learn them? Hinata's face flickered in my mind. Training yards. Quiet mornings. The way Hayashi had watched from the Engawa, pretending not to. Before I could decide how much to say, a soft voice spoke from the doorway. I taught him, grandfather. We both turned. Hinata stood there, fingers twisted together, shoulders trembling. But her chin was up. She stepped into the room, moved to my bedside, and took my hand. Her grip shook, but it was there. You taught him, Hisano repeated slowly. Our clan's most guarded secrets. To a branch member. I am the one responsible, Hinata said, voice quavering but steady in its content. If anyone is to be punished, it should be me. You are lying, Hisano said. Poorly. Your emotions give you away. You have never had the resolve to defy tradition to this degree. Hinata flinched. Her hand tightened on mine. I trained in the open, she stammered. Where Niji and I-san could see. To-san and I knew he was watching. We wanted him to benefit from the lessons. I blinked. I had suspected Hayashi's hand in my sudden access to advanced techniques. I had not realized Hinata had been a willing accomplice. Hisano rose slowly, turning fully to her. You admit to deliberately exposing main family techniques to the branch, he said. And you stand by that admission. Hinata's knees shook. She didn't back down. Yes, she whispered. The air in the room sharpened. I had not come here to punish anyone, Hisano said. I was curious. Now I see the rot runs deeper than I thought. Questioning the seal. Sharing techniques. Speaking of equals where there should be duty and hierarchy. He took a breath, shoulders straightening. This leniency ends. Hayashi's indulgences have gone too far. 2 heiresses. Unbranded daughters. Branch members playing at equality. It is time the clan remembered its place. His gaze flicked to me. And you, Niji? You will pay for overreaching yourself. His fingers twitched, and for a heartbeat I felt the phantom sting of the caged bird seal, the way it could flare like molten iron across the skull. Before he could form the hand seal, the door opened again. That's enough, Hayashi said. He stepped in, closing the door behind him, positioning himself between Hisano and Hinata with casual precision. His robe was immaculate, his face calm. Only the tightness at the corners of his eyes betrayed anything. Son, Hisano said, voice cold. Did you condone this? Yes, Hayashi said simply. I did. A shock ran through me. Hisano's eyes widened. You admit it. I do, Hayashi replied. Niji is Hinata's protector. He must be her equal, if not her superior, in our arts. Hiding knowledge from him because of a mark on his forehead would be wasteful. And I am done wasting talent. Hisano's aura spiked. You are making a mistake. We have history to teach us what happens when we forget our place. Once our forebears flirted with reform. They mingled our line with those cursed with the sage's other legacy, chased power and unity instead of order. It ended in madness, blood, and exile. You know that very well, Hayashi. The past is not a chain, Hayashi said calmly. It is a lesson. Our inbreeding has lowered our birth rates. Stillborn children rise. Tsunade-sama herself has identified the trend, buried in the files your generation ignored because the old Hokage's system kept the wards understaffed and the reports unlabeled as urgent. Clinging to decay is not honor, father. It is suicide. He stepped closer, voice lowering. I have spoken with her. With other clan heads. With the Council of Flame. Hyuga cannot remain a closed fist while the rest of Konoha opens its hand. The branch has served with distinction in ANBU, in the regular forces. Our standing improves. We grow stronger as a whole. Hisano's lips thinned. This is the first step, he said. Today, you share techniques with one branch member. Tomorrow, they demand seats on the council. The day after, they refuse the seal entirely. You would unravel 3 centuries of order because you are sentimental over your brother's son and your timid heir. Hinata flinched at that, shoulders curling in for a heartbeat before she forced them straight again. Her grip on my hand tightened, bones pressing against bandages. Hayashi did not react. I will not let you drag us backward 20 years, he said quietly. Not while I draw breath. Hisano shook his head, finality in the motion. Then your breath has become a liability. I will rally the elders. We will impeach you. Hyuga Hanabi will be raised properly to take your place when she is ready. He turned, moving toward the door. Hayashi stepped into his path. I'm sorry, father, he murmured. His hand blurred. I barely saw the strike, an open palm to Hisano's chest, right over the heart, chakra focused like a spear. Hisano's eyes went wide. He convulsed once, breath catching, and collapsed forward. Hayashi caught him, lowering him gently to the floor. I had seen men die in the field. I had killed. This was different. This was the man who had once presided over my seal ceremony like a priest of an old god, collapsing in front of me because Hayashi-sama chose my life and Hinata-sama's future over his own father's orders. For a moment, the only sound in the room was Hinata's ragged breathing. Hayashi stared at his father's face, grief flickering across his composure like cracks in ice. Then he shut his eyes, inhaled once, and when he looked up, the clan head was back. "Niji," he said. "You were asleep when Hisano came. You woke when you heard us argue. He attempted to use the seal to kill you for learning forbidden techniques. I intervened. He struck me. I defended myself. Do you understand?" My throat felt tight. I looked at Hinata. Her eyes were huge, wet, but steady. She nodded minutely. "Yes," I said. "I understand." "Good," Hayashi said. He moved quickly, rearranging the room. A toppled chair. A cracked tile where a blow might have landed. He ruffled his own hair with deliberate care, then turned to Hinata. "Daughter," he said, voice softer. "Juken. Left lung. Make it look real." Hinata recoiled. "Father." "Hinata," he said, and there was steel under the gentleness. "If this story is to hold, there must be evidence. Niji's testimony and yours will carry weight. My injury will seal it. Do you trust me?" Tears trembled at the edges of her eyes. She nodded. She stepped forward, hand shaking, and pressed her palm lightly against his chest. "Forgive me," she whispered. "Always," he replied. Chakra flared. Hayashi staggered back, coughing blood, one hand braced on the bed. His breathing turned wet, labored. Somewhere above us, chakra flared and scraped against my senses, the sharp, disciplined surge of a Jonin-level strike and a second, softer echo. Even through the hospital's muffling seals, it bled out into the air. NBU dropped through the window seconds later, cloaks snapping, porcelain masks turning as they took in the scene. Behind them, a pair of Hyuga guards hovered at the threshold, pale, tense, and carefully letting the Black Ops patrol take point. They took in the dead elder, the injured clan head, the two wide-eyed heirs. Their questions came in calm, clipped tones. Their eyes weighed every word. I answered as Hayashi had outlined. So did Hinata. An elder, resistant to change. An attempt to enforce tradition with lethal force. A son defending his branch nephew and heiress. They found no evidence to contradict it. When they left, carrying Hisano's body, the room felt suddenly bigger. Hayashi leaned against the wall, one hand pressed to his chest, blood staining his robe. "The clash has begun," he said quietly, more to himself than to us. "Reform versus tradition. I had hoped to delay this." He looked up at us, at Hinata, at me. "But we will face it together," he said. "Not as main and branch. As Hyuga. As family." Hinata's hand found mine again. I squeezed back, this time without reservation. For the first time, the cage on my forehead felt a fraction lighter. And that concludes part 6 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the point of Divergence Uzumaki resonance principle, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to EliadS, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.